Call the regular meeting of the Menifee City Council to order. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Councilmember August. Councilmember Furman. Here. Councilmember Denver. Here. Deputy Mayor Edgerton. Here. And Mayor Mann.
Here.
Thank you.
We have Pastor Steve Lennertz from Eagle Ridge Church to offer the invocation, followed by Councilmember Denver with the flag salute.
One of my favorite scriptures in the New Testament's written by the Apostle Paul. It's Philippians 4:8. It says, "Finally, brethren, whatever things are true, whatever things are noble, whatever things are just, whatever things are pure, whatever things are lovely, whatever things are of good report, if there's any virtue and if there is anything praiseworthy, meditate on these things." Let's pray. Dear God, we just come before you tonight. We thank you for the opportunity to be here. And God, I pray a special blessing over this meeting. Lord, we thank you for your peace. We thank you that we have the opportunity and the ability to focus on the good things. And Lord, we thank you for the good things that are taking place in our city. I pray a special blessing over our council, our mayor, the city itself, the businesses, our schools, Lord, our citizens. We just pray a blanket of blessing, Lord God, that this truly is and continues to be the place where people want to move. We thank you for our time tonight. We commit it to you in the name of our God. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in saluting our flag.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Madam Clerk, what do we have? We have a presentation from the Quail Valley Environmental Coalition, and I believe that is Council Member Nancy Horton and Board Member Janet Anderson from the Quail Valley Environmental Coalition.
Thank you very much for having us. We also have two other members of our coalition, Mr. Tom Furman and Mr. Scott Mann, here tonight. There may be others out in the hall. We are here to present a plaque to the mayor, Scott Mann, in appreciation from the Quail Valley Environmental Coalition for his leadership in helping to found the coalition. In March of 2008, he met with members of the City Council in both of the water districts to talk about how we were going to get the sewer issue settled in Quail Valley. He served as president of the coalition from May 2012 to April 2013. It's not only that he was president, but the good news is within a year there will be a groundbreaking for a sewer system in Quail Valley for Phase 1. It's not anything our coalition did. We just kept getting people together to talk about it, and so they wouldn't forget. And we did some outreach to the citizens of Quail Valley so they would understand that we were their advocates and we wouldn't let it go away. So on behalf of our coalition, I want to present this to Mayor Scott Mann, not only for holding the office, but for really putting in the effort, putting in the time, and really caring about the people of Quail Valley.
The I know it's a packed house tonight, and we have a rather robust agenda, so we'll all get through this together, so we won't have any road rage in City Hall. I want to thank you because those comments were marvelous, but you were the catalyst for this organization. All the way back when we first met at the POA headquarters in Canyon Lake, it was you and me, a representative from the county, Ben Wick from the Elsinore Valley Water District, Ron Sullivan from EMWD, City Manager Moss, City Manager Wentz at the time, and we were just a working group. And from that point on, we went from being a working group to establishing some bylaws and establishing some business rules and ultimately a business plan and then articles of incorporation for what is now the Quail Valley Environmental Coalition. And you have had as much to do with this as anybody on the board, and probably the most. I mean, you and your husband Ted have taken out, I think, every dignitary up and down the state of California, from Senator Boxer's staff to Senator Feinstein's staff, Darrell Issa, Congressman Calvert, everybody, all 5 supervisors, and countless council members, and anybody else who can give EMWD and the city of Menifee money to bring sewers to the Quail Valley. And although I'm stepping down as president, it's time for me to go. 4 years was enough. My mayoral duties were conflicting with the time as president of the board of directors, so I wish you the very best. This award, while I'm very appreciative of it, all the board, thank you, Tom, thank you, Janet, and all the board members who are not here tonight, but this is as much yours as it is mine, and I just want to thank you very much. Keep it going. Keep it going, okay? And council, our next order of business, could you join me up here for our next presentation? And Captain Hill, you have the floor, sir. Tonight we have the privilege of recognizing some of our Menifee's finest, which is also the county's finest, under the leadership of Captain Hill and Lieutenant. And so, gentlemen, if you could come on up here and face the audience, and we'll do it that way. And Captain Hill, please proceed.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council, distinguished citizens of Menifee. It is my honor tonight to be here and recognize some officers that have done some very fine work for the Sheriff's Department and for the Police Department in calendar year 2012. We had a number of 5 individuals that basically were recognized by the California Highway Patrol last year for excellence in auto theft investigations. It's called the California 10851 Award. And long story short, you can get that award not easily. And some of these individuals recovered multiple vehicles, qualified for multiple awards during that period of time. There were, to get that award, you have to get 3 rolling stolens, which is what we call them, on the road rolling with suspects in custody, and 9 what we call abandoned stolen vehicles, or a chop shop, or 6 rolling stolens. The other group of people that we have that were recognized here publicly at the MAT Awards are some individuals that basically recovered or arrested over 25 individuals for DUI during calendar year 2012. So I can't tell you how many people that, how many lives that they saved by doing that, by bringing these suspects to justice. And of note, I'll go through a few of them here that we have here. From the for the Excellence in Auto Theft Award, we had a Deputy Michael McCollum. He's not here tonight. Deputy Oscar Ortiz not here tonight. Deputy Tim Provost not here tonight. Deputy Mike Perez. Mike, raise your hand. And Corporal Matt Borden. All those received the 10851 award. So. And the MAT Awards, I can tell you, are just as spectacular, the individuals that got those. Deputy Josh Kale had the most in the station. He signed traffic here in the city of Menifee. 50 DUI arrests. And last year, he actually received 70 while he was assigned to patrol, and obviously that's what won him his spot over in traffic, so he's doing a great job over there still. Deputy Renee Caseta is not here tonight. 26 arrests. Deputy Greg Berry. Was number 2 in the station for DUI arrests. A lot of you know Deputy Berry. He's our motor here in the city of Menifee. 47 arrests. And we have Corporal Jared Howe, 25 arrests. Deputy Jerry Osterloh, 27. And Deputy Ismael Gomez, 31. So, Mayor and City Council, I really do appreciate you guys taking the opportunity to recognize these officers for their fine work. These were not easy awards. They come up with a lot of hard work and a lot of dedication to get them, so thank you very much.
Corporal Jared Howe. And Deputy Greg Berry, our motor officer. Deputy Joshua Paul. Deputy Jerry Olstrow. Deputy Ismael Gomez. Deputy Mike Perez. And Corporal Matt Gordon. Do we want to come up here for a group shot? Yeah, come on, file back up, and we'll intermingle here. We'll do a group shot together. All right.
Hang on, let me get my already shot. Okay, thank you. Thanks, guys.
All right, great, thank you.
You know, we're so appreciative of the men and women in law enforcement. We thank you very much for everything that you do for us. You're on the front lines every single day, and you get up in the morning, you put your uniform on, and you strap on your gear, and you look yourself in the mirror, and you say, it's just another day, and here we go. And thank you very much for doing what you do for all of us. We really appreciate it. On to the next. We have a couple of proclamations this evening. Would Mid-County Mental Health Board member Jay Snowfly come up and join me? You are. Well, I know you're not Jay, but Chris is filling in, and I'm going to read this proclamation on behalf of the City of Menifee. Whereas mental illness can impact anyone regardless of age, background, employment, education, and income level, and mental illness usually strikes individuals in the prime of their lives, often during adolescence and young adulthood, although the very young and the elderly are especially vulnerable, and many treatments for serious mental illness in combination with treatment and recovery supports are highly effective, allowing people to maintain their quality of life and their involvement with their families and communities. And recent population data suggests that nearly 140,000 people of all ages in Riverside County alone may be impacted by serious mental illness and may seek treatment from a variety of community resources. And the Mental Health America has promoted observance of May as Mental Health Month since 1949 in order to increase awareness and understanding of mental health and encouraging awareness of mental health issues and promoting wellness and recovery for those with mental health needs are important values for every community. Now, therefore, the City of Menifee proclaims May is Mental Health Month in the City of Menifee, approved by the entire City Council. Congratulations.
Good evening. My name's Chris Holliday, and I serve on the Riverside County Mental Health Advisory Board for the Mid-County region. I'm here this evening to accept the 2013 May is Mental Health Month proclamation for the City of Menifee, and to invite you all and your constituents to attend our May is Mental Health Month event, which is to be held on Thursday, May 16th. Each city will have their May is Mental Health Month proclamation on display at this event, of which this will be on display. This event is held annually through the collaborative efforts of the Mental Health Board and the Mental Health Department to raise awareness of mental illness and advocate for treatment and recovery. The event is free to the public and involves a variety of activities and informational resources, as well as a children's activity center, local dignitaries, food, and music. As I'd mentioned, the event will be held on Thursday, May 16th from 1 to 6 p.m. at the Fairmont Park, located at 2601 Fairmont Boulevard in Riverside. I have some flyers available, which I would like to distribute, and I'd also like to ask that you take extra flyers and distribute them throughout your community. Last but not least, as a member of the Mental Health Advisory Board, Mid-County region, which covers this area, I'd also like to just announce that we are actively looking for people that are willing to serve and volunteer for the Mental Health Advisory Board. It's definitely a worthy cause, and we're looking for as much help as possible. So if any of you know anybody that's willing to serve for a worthwhile cause, this would be it. Please feel free to speak with me. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Chris. Round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Absolutely. We give it to the city clerk. Thank you once again. Okay, next we have a proclamation for Asthma Awareness Month. And if I could have Carrie Poindexter, are you in the house? Come on up, please. How do you do? Good to see you. We have a proclamation from the City of Menifee, whereas asthma has reached epidemic proportions in the United States, affecting almost 25 million people, over 5 million people in California, including 1 million children. Asthma is one of the leading causes of childhood hospitalizations, long-term illness, and school absenteeism, accounting for nearly 10.5 million missed school days each year. Each year, nearly 2 million people are rushed to the emergency room from asthma, and each year the American Lung Association, founded in 1904, is dedicated to fighting lung disease, including asthma, which is a long-term inflammatory disease in which the airways of the lungs constrict, causing wheezing, breathlessness, chest tightness, and coughing. Exposure to allergens and irritants such as dust mites, mold, cockroaches, pet dander, and secondhand smoke can bring on an asthma episode. Secondhand smoke, which worsens children's asthma in up to 1 million children, the American Lung Association in California is working to educate people that there are simple steps for people can take to reduce their exposure to environmental asthma triggers. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Menifee proclaims May 2013 as Asthma Awareness Month in the City of Menifee. Please proceed to the podium. Take your proclamation and take your place at the podium.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and fellow City Council members. My name is Carrie Poindexter, and I am the Junior Ambassador for the American Lung Association, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you. And also, today is World Asthma Day, and May is also Asthma Awareness Month. And I will tell you that asthma in California is on the rise. Asthma is the #1 chronic disease of children. Approximately 3.7 million adults and 1.7 million children have been diagnosed with asthma at some point in their lives, according to the American Lung Association. Asthma affects almost 25 million people of all ages and races. On average, a child misses 26 days of school per year due to his or her asthma. Only 33% of adults and 39% of children with asthma have an asthma management plan from a doctor. An individual hospitalized for asthma spends an average of $24,000. The cost of asthma hospitalizations in California a year is approximately $763 million. That's not including trips to the emergency room. Effective asthma management strategies remain limited. My mission is to spread public awareness for those suffering from asthma and lung disease. I know you are probably asking, why am I so passionate about helping those with asthma and lung disease? Well, let me tell you a little bit about myself. I've been in the hospital 26 times, intensive care 4 times. I've been on a respirator once. I've had 4 surgeries, and I take 7 medications every day just for me to breathe. The doctor told me that I wouldn't live to see my 10th birthday, but I'm proud to tell you that I will be celebrating my 15th birthday on November 20th. And due to the severity of my asthma, I am also homeschooled. As the Junior Ambassador for the American Lung Association, I do not just represent a person with asthma, but everyone who suffers from lung disease by bringing awareness, education, and fundraising. We all know someone who has died from lung disease or who suffers from it. As a community, we have to work together to fight for air. Breathing for me and others suffering from lung disease is a monumental task, something that others take for granted. I have to check the air quality every day just to make sure it is safe for me to go outside and play. My goal, though, is for no one should have to fight for air. But I cannot do it by myself. My goal is to bring a Fight for Air walk to our community in 2014, and I could use your help. Also, please have lunch, dinner, or a business meeting at any Chili's in Southwest Riverside County on any Wednesday in May. Chili's will be donating 15% of all sales in those days to the American Lung Association. You may also attend ACE's Comedy Club during the month of May as well. They will be donating the proceeds from those shows to the American Lung Association. These businesses are a part of Carrie's Champions and are assisting me with my mission to fight for air. On November 3rd, Infinity Artist Group and I will put on my 4th annual Artists for Air benefit concert. 100% of the proceeds will be donated to the American Lung Association to help fight for air. Details on the events can be found on my website at carriepoindexter.org. Come and celebrate the champion in you by joining my team, Carrie's Champions, on November 10th for the 2013 Fight for Air Walk at the Embarcadero Marina Park in San Diego. Again, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you, and I look forward to your help with my mission as I continue to fight for air. Thank you very much.
Well done to you, sir. A very articulate and well-spoken young man. Everybody get out there and go to Chili's and get the Aces Comedy Club if you can and donate time or resources. Next on our list of proclamations this evening is we have our designation of naming May as Older Americans Month. And could I have Gloria Sanchez come on up? Now, Gloria, for those of you who don't know, we appointed Mr. August and myself to a senior advisory committee, an ad hoc committee, and we picked Gloria Sanchez to be our working group chair. And do you have any of your members here this evening that would like to join you? If you'd like to come on up, please. If you don't have to, but if you'd like to, we'd like to have you up here. Oh, Trustee Rita Peters, Board Member Rita Peters from the Menifee School District. Good evening. I didn't even see you sitting over there. How are you? Come on up. So, Gloria is also a county-wide appointee to the, you're the executive director of, chair of the Riverside Advisory Council on Aging, and the city of Menifee wishes to present this proclamation. The city of Menifee is a community that includes a large number of older Americans aged 60 and older, and the older adults in the city of Menifee are among our most treasured resources, united by historical experiences, strengthened by diversity, and interpreting events through varied respective backgrounds to bring wisdom and insight to our community. And increasing numbers of adults are reaching retirement age and remaining strong and active for longer than ever before. And the older adults in the city of Menifee deserve recognitions for contributions they have made and will continue to make to the culture, economy, and character of our city and our nation. And our city can provide that recognition and respect by improving the quality of life for older Americans, by increasing their opportunities to remain active and engage in community life, providing individualized services and support systems to maintain the dignity, independence, and self-determination of older Americans as they age, and combating against attitudes by honoring their past, present, and future contributions. Therefore, the City Council of Menifee hereby proclaims the month of May 2013 to be Older Americans Month and urges every citizen to take the time this month to honor our older adults and the professionals, family members, and volunteers who care for many of them. Congratulations. Yeah, absolutely. My fellow committee member would like to say a couple comments.
Anyway, I've had the pleasure of working for Gloria for the past several months. Trying to, working to put this together, this program together for the senior citizens of the city of Menifee. I have to make a small confession, though. And I want to recognize a very special person, Gloria, because she, all by herself, probably with the assistance of a few friends, has pretty much got it to this point all by herself. So I apologize that, and you can plan on seeing a lot of me in the future. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Mayor, council members, thank you very much for this proclamation that will be displayed at the Case in Etc. Senior Center. I want to say that on behalf of a 14,000 plus seniors in the city of Menifee, this is a wonderful thing. I also want to thank you for supporting and also for giving recognition to the Menifee Senior Citizens Committee. We are ready to go to work. There's a lot of work ahead of us, but we have a great group. We have 23 volunteers and looking for more. So if you are interested, we have our first planning meeting this Friday at 10 o'clock at the Case in Aceto Senior Center. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gloria. And that concludes our proclamations. You know, I feel like I'm not even deserving of being awarding that proclamation. I'm the only non-senior citizen on the council. Once again, a congratulations to all of our law enforcement this evening and our volunteers in the community who make things go with all of our service organizations. Thank you very much. Okay, Madam Clerk, what is next on the agenda?
Your Honor, at this time, we have a presentation by the City of Paris regarding the Lake Paris Recreation Area.
We have Mr. Varga and Council Member Yarborough. Good evening, sir. How are you? Welcome to Menifee City Hall.
My first time here. I'd like to just thank everybody for allowing me the presentation. Normally it's the other way around. So I think the last time I was on this side of the dais was before I was elected, and it was a very interesting opportunity to say the least. But good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff, and residents of Menifee. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to come out tonight and have a matter that I think is very important to Riverside, Riverside County, Menifee, Paris, and really all of Southern California. And I'm talking about the Lake Paris State Recreation Area. Many people consider Lake Paris a great place to hike, bicycle, rock climb, camp, or spend the day boating. And it is, but it really is, it's a lot more than that. Many people don't know that Lake Paris is a vital cog in the State Water Project. It's a vast system of reservoirs, aqueducts, power plants, pumping stations that store and distribute water to 29 urban and agricultural suppliers in Northern California, the San Francisco Bay Area, San Joaquin Valley, Central Coast, and Southern California. State Water Project includes 34 facilities, reservoirs, lakes, 20 pumping stations, 4 generating plants, 5 hydroelectric power plants, and about 700 miles of open canals and pipelines. It's a vast network that, it really provides a supplemental water to about 25 million Californians and about 750,000 acres of irrigated farmland, while providing recreational opportunities and enhancing fish, wildlife habitats from one end of the state to the other. As you probably know, there's been concerns that the dam at Lake Paris could fail during a massive earthquake, and it's prompted the state to reduce the levels in recent years. That's the bad news. The good news is that Governor Brown is proposing to spend $92 million to do a retrofit to the dam. That figures about a third of the total estimated repairs. The remainder that's supposed to be paid by the various water agencies that utilize the reservoir. Be very honest with you, I think they need a second opinion on that, because we're talking about an earthquake of like a 15 magnitude. Basically after the dam slumps and collapses, we would not be there anyway. So it's a little silly to show that as a threat. But the fun part about this is we've adopted a resolution supporting the governor's proposal, and we're asking that you consider doing the same. We have this is more the part that I enjoy, myself here with an instructor. He has a class from Orange County that they teach rock climbing, and we went out there probably about a month ago, talked with people. The slides before is obviously the lake, larger part of the dam. And going the wrong way, there we go. Interesting enough, the day that we went out there, they were having a fishing derby for kids, and the whole shoreline was completely lined with people. We had a chance to talk with them. Most of them were not aware of the actual situation with the dam, but they were asking why the level is so low, because they've dropped it over 25 feet. This gentleman here with his prize bluegill, very proud. Also an Air Force veteran. We had a long conversation with him. These guys are very interesting. They're having a really good time, and it was only about 10 o'clock in the morning. But interesting enough, they made a point that for one trip to the Colorado River, and they live in Fullerton, they can go out to Lake Paris 6 times a year with their boat, camping, have a good time. This is a group of people that have participated in the Tour de Paris that is one of our signature events that we host. And this is going through the lake itself. I've participated in 2 events, and will be participating next year. Have a group of musicians that come out. So many events if you haven't been there. Native American dancing. They have a wonderful museum up there. If you haven't been there, it overlooks the lake, and a very powerful cultural resource. These were kids that were out coloring as part of the fishing derby. Hot wings for those of you that would care to indulge. That was from the camping guys.
I'm hungry. I didn't eat.
Rangers, very proactive with what they do with the with the public. Here's the banner for the museum. Again, if you haven't been up there, it's really worth the visit because it has a wonderful view of our valley here. A duck that is preserved forever. And one of my favorites, this is the sheriff's dive boat that was decorated and participates in the Parade of Lights every year out at Lake Paris. And everybody's welcome to attend. They have a boat contest. Last year, I think they had about 35 boats. And every year it gets bigger, but it's a lot of fun to go out there. That's a group of people that went with us. So, as you can see, there's two parts about it. The lake was originally designed with a group of lakes in Southern California because we understand that we are in an area that's of seismic questionability, and in the event of a catastrophic earthquake, those reservoirs were very dependent on them. Since then they've added Diamond Valley. But regardless, they're very important from that. But when you go out and you meet these people, it's very interesting. The lake was built with taxpayers' money. Taxpayers go there, and for the legislation to say, you know what, we don't think we can afford it. When they had $50 million sitting on a line item, that's half of the money we need. So we would appreciate your consideration on the resolution. And also, if you go to our city website, there's a page there that anybody can go down and you can download, and you can say, is a individual or as a business that you support the proposal, and you can send it to the legislators. So with that, if there's any questions, I brought some videos. If you get bored one night and you want to watch this again. And I also have a limited edition collector item, I Love Lake Paris bumper stickers, which I will leave for you. We actually printed up 10,000 of them, and I don't know how far we've gone through, Joe, but a third of them, maybe? Yeah, we have them all over the place, but we'll go ahead and leave these with you. But again, thank you everyone for your time, and thank you for consideration.
Thank you, Councilmember Yarborough. Are there any questions of the presenter? Well, we have a resolution of support on our consent agenda this evening to support this effort, and assuming that it'll pass, we'll get you a copy as soon as we can.
Great, thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you for your presentation. All right, very well. I believe that concludes our presentations and proclamations this evening. On to agenda item 6.1, approval of meeting minutes. Minutes, may I have a second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. So ordered. On to agenda item 6.2, approval of minutes of April 30, the special meeting workshop for Public Works. May I have a motion?
So moved.
May I have a second? Second. All in favor? So ordered. Okay, agenda modification and approval. I am going to exercise the discretion of the chair this evening. I'm going to move council member updates and comments ahead of public comment tonight, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
And we'll take public commenters here in just a few moments. But in the meantime, since Councilmember Furman was away on business and vacation at the last council meeting, I'm going to extend the courtesy of the floor to Councilmember Furman. Mr. Furman.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I missed that great meeting, but on April 27th, we had a wonderful cleanup in Quail Valley, and I want to thank everybody that helped. And I did something interesting. I have a 8 by 16 foot trailer, and my grandsons and I went around the neighborhood, and we filled that trailer up twice. And every time someone donated something in the neighborhood, why I ask, why don't you ever get rid of this stuff yourself? And believe me, I heard every excuse in the book about why they're not going to clean up their property. So I feel John Denver's frustration on the clutter up of properties around the city. The need to clean up and comply is very necessary. But I don't want to go so far as to outlaw all the containers. There are 14 in Quail Valley. There are 8 in Greg's zone, 18 in Wally's zone, 38 in my zone, and 32 in John's zone. Now, I'm only counting the seagoing nice containers, okay? But as far as I'm concerned, they are okay, but I think all other types must go to clean up this city. The ordinance that we crafted, and at the meeting I missed, needs a little tweaking. So I am recommending, or I think that is coming back to the agenda with some changes. And I'm sure, since George Rackstraw likes the suggestions that were made, I think we might gain some traction. There are 2,225 parcels in this city that are more than an acre or more. That equates to less than 7,000 people that live in a rural community. The country life, the American dream. Buy some land and be free. Country folk are we, and we are the minority. To piggyback on something that Wally commented on at the last meeting, property rights are being eroded away by government. The minority is speaking right now, and this council must listen, even if it's only one or it's an idea that we never heard of before. So in addition, I am recommending that the bunker ordinance be brought back for discussion at the next available council meeting. Do I have a second?
Yes, Council. Thank you very much, Councilmember Furman, for your comments. Just to clarify, the container issue is being brought back in the form of a staff report.
Right.
And so that the council can give some additional direction to staff on the further development of that ordinance. And it will, in all likelihood, correct me if I'm wrong, City Attorney, that will have to go back to the Planning Commission? Maybe not.
Well, what is before you this evening is a moratorium that will allow the city to study.
Right.
And once the studying goes on, then that would result in whatever action the council would direct.
All right, thank you. The point I'm trying to make is it's a phased approach, and
I understand.
we're going to honor your request on that. And I will, as the mayor, given the fact that you championed this code, this law, I'm going to give you a second on that motion to bring back the detached above-ground and underground facilities ordinance for further refinement, but we need to bring it back, staff, as a staff report, similar to the container issue, and we will proceed along the same pathway, if that's acceptable to the council. Okay?
Very good.
All right, does that meet with your desire, Councilmember Furman?
Acceptable to me.
All right, very good. Deputy Mayor Edgerton, you had a comment?
Yes, I appreciate Councilman Furman pointing out the rural area. And I'm very familiar with it, having lived 15 years on 2.5 acres over on the west side of the 215. Of course, as everybody knows, the champion of the rural area in this city was former Vice Mayor Fred Twyman. And that was really our champion for the rural area. I wish you'd have been here for the meeting, Tom. I think it would probably made a difference because we could have got some of the input, and I think that might have made the council want to modify some of their points of view. I can only say it really makes me feel good, Tom, to know that you're coming over to this rural side, because some of us have fought for it for a long time. And I don't mean to chide you, but I must tell you that it was very lonely when I was trying to get the votes and I couldn't get your vote to stop there being higher density in the rural area, because having been a part of the rural area in this city for 15 years, and part of the rural area up by Fresno for many years, one of the things you don't like is to have a whole lot of development where you have a rural area. You want to protect it, and it needs protection. And so I'm glad you're in that district now. You should be the champion of this. I'll be more than glad to work with you on this issue. I'm glad you brought it up. I certainly will support the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Edgerton. Council members, do you have additional council member updates or comments? Mr. Denver.
Last Saturday, well, first off, I was also at the cleanup event, only I was in the Sun City component of that. What a great day. Hundreds of people, actually, so many that it was hard to count. The Church of Latter-day Saints was there in incredible numbers. Catholic Church, million different people were there. A great, great event. And the Arts Council also had a wonderful event on Sunday where they changed the pictures in the wall of the K. Sinicero Center. So they honored some of the new pictures that went up. And it was a great day also. So lots of other good things going on.
Thank you, Mr. Denver. Councilmember August.
Mr. Denver, since you didn't mention me, I'd like to let the people know I was there on the 27th as well. And with many great people and volunteers. And I want to thank our own Lisa Sobek for helping to put that together with the churches that he talked about. Verizon was out there, and Habitat for Humanity. It was one of our greater days since, I think since we become a city. So I just wanted to let you know.
Thank you, Mr. August. I want to echo the comments that have been made by my colleagues. I'd like to thank the Menifee Interfaith Council, Habitat for Humanity, as well as the leadership of the city staff here at Menifee, as well as the council members who participated in that great event. The city of Menifee showed up in force in that thing, in all areas, Cabian Park, senior homes, even up in the Paris area, amongst a couple of other things. And you did a very wonderful community service, and Chairman Sobek of the Interfaith Council, thank you for your leadership and honchoing that and putting that all together. Thank you so much for that. I had the opportunity over the last couple weeks. It's been a very, very busy calendar. I'm required to report these things under the law. I attended a United Way Awards banquet, an installation dinner, along with Councilmember Furman and Denver. I kicked off the Relay for Life event here for cancer awareness, and what an amazing event. They had 23 relay teams this year, 500 people participated, and they raised $70,000 in one day. What an amazing feat. I also attended the Cabian Park cleanup, and we were there for the volunteer barbecue in Sun City. I attended even the antique auto show, the car show at the Mott Museum, and attended the Inland Valley Symphony at the Oasis. And we all attended the annual Law Enforcement Awards banquet in Temecula, honoring our law enforcement throughout the whole county. So it's been a busy, busy time for all of us. To say that we're a working council is an understatement, and it's going to stay busy, I think, through the fall. So thank everybody for your efforts. And let's see, who was first? Mr. August, you chimed in first.
I have a requirement as well. It'll take about as long as Mr. Mans took. Anyway, last week I had the opportunity to attend a SCAG conference in Palm Springs. Don't worry, it was much worse than it sounds. Rob Johnson, the mayor, was out there with me, and it's really the Southern California Association's government. We went to Palm Springs, and we only stayed overnight one night. Representatives from industry, utility and service companies, state and local institutions were all in attendance, and hundreds of more. In my opinion, the theme and purpose of the conference was to introduce and solicit support for sustainable communities by showcasing regional plans to accommodate recent legislation, AB 32 and 375. Climate control, greenhouse gases reductions were the theme of the day that were legislated to protect and preserve the environment, and what will take what it will take to implement and legislate that policy. Things that were discussed were green energy, affordable and high-density housing, public transportation, low-emission automobiles, sharing streets with bicycles and walkers, more bikes, more walking trails, all meaning and necessary to help meeting the goals of AB 32 and 75 by, I believe, the year 2035 or 2050. That's an awful long time to walk and ride a bicycle, in my opinion. Also discussed were the increased taxes that that'll take to accomplish this major transition. I believe the state of California will be voting on June 15th to whether or not increase. I think it was a 54 tax on, I think, all kinds of transactions or something like that. I'm not real clear about that. I believe it was said that by representatives from Skag that if we voted for it, then we have to pay for it. I was assured that I was not to worry, and that 150 board members representing Skag were all of high IQ and from academia having a strong belief in sound science. I think what they meant to believe is one science. Anyway, on behalf of the city, I want to thank Skag for a very impressive presentation. It was very informative, to say the least, even though my IQ is not as high as theirs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. August. Deputy Mayor Edgerton.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to remind people that last week we had a National Day of Prayer. Of course, we had a prayer in the breakfast, a breakfast prayer that I wasn't able to attend, but Linda and John Denver, who so often are the catalyst for some of these breakfasts, apparently had a very, very successful event and a lot of the people were there, and I know the mayor was there. And then we had another event at the Veterans Memorial, Wheatfield Park, in the afternoon, and Lisa Sobeck again was quite involved in that, as she is in so many things. That's probably why, not probably, that is the reason Melissa Melendez, our Assemblywoman, made her Menifee Woman of the Year for all of her activity in the community, and she was involved again. So I guess the thing to say is bless everybody's heart. It was a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. At this point, we are coming to the public comment section for the evening of the agenda. And given the volume of public speakers this evening and the volume of the agenda tonight, I'm going to exercise the authority of the chair, and I'm going to limit public comment time to 30 minutes tonight. And so from 7:55 to 8:25, we will take public comment. And if there are multiple speakers on the same topic, I know the clerk has asked you to consolidate speakers so that everybody can be heard in that regard. So with that statement, Madam Clerk, would you please call the first speaker and keep track of time for us?
Yes, sir. Lisa Sobeck.
Good evening, staff, mayor, council. I'm just here tonight to also thank the staff and the city for the partnership of the first, hopefully, annual Menifee Better Together that was held on April 27th. We had Julie Woodruff, Rob Johnson and his family, Alan. We had out there working, painting, cleaning up yards. The support from the council was just wonderful, and I want to thank each of you for coming and supporting this and working together. I want to give you some results. We, at KBM Park and the Quail Valley, where the volunteer fire station was, and with the 14 homes with Habitat for Humanity, there was over 1,040 hours of service provided by nearly 430 volunteers from this city. If you look at the national volunteer wage of volunteer time, that equals over $38,000 that we just saved the city of Menifee by providing this service. I have met today, we met as an interfaith council. They all would like to do this twice a year. So if the city's up to it, they're willing, and the volunteers are there. This is one little thing I'd like to share with you. and with everyone in the audience tonight to go home on a good note. One small action has a big result. The key is to do good. Do something, be it big or small. Every single act of goodness contributes light and love to the world. Every single act changes the world. Each of us can be that person. Each of us can create that change. I'd like to suggest, as I have met with those in the community, as I have heard people say, I don't know where to volunteer. I don't know where to go. I did a little research on this. In the city of San Diego, they have what is called San Diego Cares. It's a place where they can go in their city, on their website, that lists volunteer opportunities. I would like to suggest, Mayor and City Manager Johnson, if somehow in our city we can start maybe a Menifee Better Together, a Menifee Care, a place where people can go to look for volunteer opportunities. And I just leave this with you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sobek, for your comments. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Luis Reyes.
Before we go on the, come up to the micro, Madam Clerk, is there a way, we have a lot of students here tonight, it looks like. Is there a way that is there another staff member that can sign off on their sheets tonight and maybe free up some seats? Maybe Captain Hill, would you be so kind as to sign the extra credit forms tonight for our high schoolers? I would appreciate it, given the number of people that are in the audience tonight. Thank you very much.
And he'll be in the lobby.
Okay, and they'll be in the lobby.
Oh, and Jonathan Smith, our engineer, city engineer, will help.
All right, thank you very kindly. Please proceed, sir.
Honorable Mayor, Honorable Council, my name is Luis Reyes, and I'm here on behalf of the bunker issue that came up at one of the city council meetings that I wasn't present, but I've heard enough about it. I've never been to a city council meeting, but I think it's time that I showed up. And I also want to commend our police officers for the great job that they do, and all our public officials. So having said that, I understand that we have an issue with a bunker being built in Menifee County, or in this area. So I think that based on some information that I've been able to ascertain, there has been some individuals on the council that have brought up some claims on the negative side of this bunker being built. And I don't think they have a basis for it. And I think it's very important that the public know what this is all about. First of all, we as citizens have rights. And we as citizens need to know what those rights are. And you gentlemen, ladies of the council, are enforcing these rights because you've taken an oath to the Constitution. So, having said that, I am in favor of the construction of that bunker, and here's the pluses. One of the pluses is it doesn't disturb the environment. It actually enhances the environment, enhances the value of the property. I think it's a person's right to do that. Now, there are some buildings that are above ground that don't do that. And I understand. And those that don't do that need to be looked at a little bit more carefully. So I would like at this point to ask you folks to please reconsider the construction of that bunker, because it is the right of the people, and they need to be left alone. They need to have the right to go ahead and build this bunker. And we need to honor our oaths to the Constitution and go ahead and allow this. We would certainly appreciate it. I know that there's a lot of people here at this meeting that will say the same thing. They'll reiterate everything that I've said. So again, I commend all of you for your job, and I appreciate it, and the city of Menifee appreciates it, and we are watching as a city and as the public. So I'm asking you again tonight to please reconsider
It's your time,
in a
Mr.
positive
Reyes.
way for that bunker.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Well stated, Mr. Reyes. And just for the benefit of any future speakers, we've already voted tonight to bring this ordinance back. We're bringing the detached above ground and below ground facilities ordinance back at a future date, as well as the storage container issue. So with that said, that decision has already been made this evening. It is coming back to this council for further review. May I have the next speaker, Madam Clerk?
David Jackson.
It's up to you, sir. I'm just trying to, with the large crowd, let you know that you can exercise your constitutional right to speak. You can exercise the fifth if you want, but we've already decided to bring these two matters back. So armed with that information,
You bringing that up.
Okay.
And just pretty much the majority in here is going to say the same thing that Lou says. I said I'm a staff at Protective Bunkers, and I just wanted to, bring light that the people do want this voted on, and I appreciate you guys bringing it back to the board, and I'll make my comments at that date.
yeah, save those for the future, and we want to hear from you when we bring that back. Thank you very kindly. Next speaker, please.
Kevin Clark.
Same? Okay. Just if you get called and you want to waive your speaking slip tonight, just let us know, okay? Next speaker, please.
Raquel Jackling. Rachel Jackling, sorry.
Good evening, Mayor and fellow councilmen,
Good
women.
evening.
I just wanted to thank you very much for bringing the bunker issue back up, and I will save my comments for the next meeting.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Next speaker, please.
Dr. George Rumba.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, also on the bunker issue, but a couple of comments I'd like to make while consideration of a statute to be considered. The Constitution does require equal enforcement. You, as council members, are required to consider the safety of the members of this community. The Constitution also requires that the statutes be equally enforced. Of all the components that I heard of objections to the bunker, they would have applied to every building above and below ground in this city. So if you're going to retroactively apply it, you'd have a vacant city, which makes no sense. If it generally meets the construction requirements, if it could be done in a basement, which in the rural community, the bunker, one of the things it can do is retrofit a property for a basement that we were very frequently familiar with in other communities, especially those who came from the Midwest and East, where every house was built with one. Could a basement be used for some of the dastardly things that were set out at the meeting? Yes. Or it could be used to store surplus food, or make a wine cellar, or all of the other good things that could also be done in the basement. I would suggest that in drafting that ordinance, you apply it equally to all properties in the city. And if it's consistently applied, I think it will pass, but it needs to be consistently applied. And the facilities that it provides for the owner of that property ought to be constructed to their residence, their home, and I would also submit that it won't hurt the nature in terms of the eye. Being underground is not going to interfere with anyone's view. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your comments.
Bernard Jones. Folks, I appreciate the fact that you're enthusiastic, but if we can't move on with the meeting, it will take longer. Bernard Jones, Sr.
That's my dad's, I'm going to take it.
Okay.
I'm Mr. Jones.
Welcome back, sir.
How are y'all doing? You said that it's going to go back up for vote, and I'm well appreciative, very appreciative. But I think one thing that concerns me is that if it comes back up for vote, it doesn't pass. So I just, guys get choked up. The protection of my family is huge. But not only that, it's my right. And it's my property. I don't want to hurt anybody. I don't want to bury a bus. I don't want to kidnap anybody. I don't want to molest anybody. I just want to protect my family. So how do I do that? I come up here and I plead with you. I got the planning commission to pass it twice. Then all of a sudden I came here and I thought it would just pass right on through, but it didn't. Then I was stuck. I didn't know what to do because I'm just a normal Joe, just a guy working. So I just need a little help here. I just need a little compassion about the human beings, citizens of these United States, to try to protect their families. Store food, but it means everything to us. It's my right. And I just want a little help from the council to give me that wish to protect my family. And if you could do that, I promise I won't sell the property. Just whatever I need to do to protect my family. That's all I want. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Patricia Jones.
Mr. Deputy Mayor Edgerton.
Yes, sir. The last speaker.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, if
come back into the chamber.
If we're bringing it back up to seriously consider passing it, if we weren't serious about finding a way to pass it, we wouldn't be bringing it back up. So hopefully that gives you a sense of positive feeling about what we're doing. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Patricia Jones.
That's okay. Good. Patricia Jones.
Patricia Jones.
My mom, I'll speak for her if you'd like.
No.
Is she waving her?
Yes, waving.
Then there's Bernie again. Josh Jackling.
Good evening, Mr. Jackling.
Good evening. I'll just make it short. Basically, we've spoken with Marietta Planning Department, and they're going to allow bunkers in their city. They've opened their arms to us. They're going to bring it up on their own to get their own ordinance, and they wanted me to share that with you tonight. And one more thing is I've got 50 votes of a petition we started. Just to let everybody know, these are just random people that are registered in Menifee that are all for it. So that's
Thank
all
you.
I want to say.
Do me a favor, when you come back next time, this is on the agenda, make sure that you provide a copy of that to the clerk.
Yeah.
So that we have the effect of your effort to
All right.
obtain signatures, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Next speaker, please.
Andy Dohan. Andy Dohan.
Sorry, I don't want to have to come back for the next meeting, so I'm going to say it this time. Good evening, council members. Thank you for coming tonight. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and they are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights. That among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The text of the second section of the Declaration of Independence means that government is morally obliged to serve people, namely by protecting life, liberty, and property. Let's look at the terms and think about what they mean. Life. A human being has a fundamental right to live and a right not to be killed by another human being. Liberty, a concept where human beings are able to govern themselves, they have the right to their own free will, and they should take responsibility for their own actions. Pursuit of happiness. A human being has the right to happiness as long as it does not infringe on the rights of others. When coming to a decision on any request as a city council member, there is one primary question that should be asked. Is the constituent's request going to infringe on anyone else's right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? If not, approve it. Here's my perspective. Menifee is infringing on the rights of a man to protect his family in a shelter in the case of a disaster. His right, as well as his family's right to life, will be extinguished if a disaster occurs and he cannot seek shelter. Liberty, if this man chooses to commit a crime by his own free will, his liberties will be taken. but it seems as if he was being accused prematurely and even slandered. Pursuit of happiness. I see a man pursuing happiness, legally trying to do the right thing with permits in an attempt to give himself peace of mind. But at the same time, I hear illogical statements and excuses trying to snuff his rights to all of the above. Now, I would like to rationalize the council members' reasonings for not having an engineered shelter as posted in the San Diego Union, but most of the people have talked about that already. I realize that other councils, such as Moreno Valley, is being investigated right now by the FBI for corruption. Rod Blagojevich and most of the Chicago politicians, they're all corrupt. But that does not mean that you are corrupt. Okay, so to say that this man might kidnap a child, this man might have drugs in there, he hasn't done anything to deserve that kind of talk, and neither do you. So I disagree, and I do not deem you corrupt based on others' actions, but you will be judged by your own actions. If you choose to represent life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness and demonstrate purity in conduct and intention, you will be honored, even reelected. If you choose the path of most politicians, you'll still probably be reelected. Thanks for your time.
Katie Manier. Katie Manier.
That was good. That was the best one so far.
Good evening. That's a hard act to follow, I'll tell you.
Good evening.
But I'm here. I'm going to do my same spiel I've been doing. We're being poisoned. The last 2 years have been the worst of Diane Ballard's life, and she blames that on the mountains of mud-like treated sewage near her home. The first thing that hit her was when the sludge trucks began dumping last spring was the smell. You couldn't walk outside. You couldn't do anything outside. Then the illnesses started, pneumonia, bronchitis, and pleurisy. You name it, I ended up having it. Ballard is only 44. I've never been that sick before in my life. But like neighbors who link their illnesses to living in a sludge capital, Ballard never spoke out. She didn't raise a fuss with officials. They maintain that sludge can't make you sick, and they depend on wastewater industry to regulate what's dumped. She doubted she could get support from the community leaders, many of whom work for so-and-so, who's a powerful rancher who contracts to have more than 200,000 tons of sludge dumped on his land. He brought in the sludge near Ballard's home. Ballard didn't want to blame her neighbor's sludge for her troubles. I lost my place here. She took vaccinations and vitamins, but in May, when doctors had to drill into her skull to remove a cyst deep in her ear canal, Ballard began thinking she was in a fight for her life. I can't seem to stay healthy, and you're wondering why I'm asking this. I'm asking this again because we've had sludge dumped in this area for years. We're seeing the cancer clusters now. Dr. David Lewis did reports on it. David Lewis was run out of the county. We have a doctor in this town that was involved in the report with Dr. David Lewis, and one of our council members had the Chamber of Commerce make a visit to him. I don't know if that was a threat. Far be it from me to know what went on in that office. The potential for lead poisoning is enough to warrant a ban on spreading sludge, says Stanford Tackett, a retired chemist and an expert on lead contamination. From the standpoint of lead alone, sludge is safe only if you are willing to accept a lower IQ for children living in the sludge area. And there's also a survey online about that, about lower IQ rates in the area that this have been dumped. I've been doing a lot of research, so just bear that in mind. I'm not new to this game. Industry officials say that science doesn't back up such claims, and that's exactly what our city says to us, and yet we're seeing people sick and dying in this town. We're seeing cancer clusters, just like Dr. David Lewis said we would see when he said this was the worst contamination since Love Canal. And I have a petition tonight, if anybody would like their name and email on a list to be kept up to date on things that go on in the city. Thank you.
Gillian Minter. Did I do that one right? Jillian.
There you go.
Hi, my name's Jillian Minner, and I'm with the Fair Housing Council, Riverside County. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, city staff, and residents of Menifee. I have come to invite you all to a town hall meeting we're having in the city of Temecula. I did provide flyers to the city clerk. It is about the housing crisis and the foreclosure crisis in Riverside County. Our first one was held in March in Riverside. It was very, very successful. This is our second one for the Mid-County and Southwest County, and we'll be following with one in the desert and one in Corona. We will be submitting a white paper to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development about what we have discussed in the town hall meetings and some of the solutions we've come up with regarding the housing crisis, the foreclosure crisis in Riverside County, the ramifications, and the road to recovery. Where do we go from here? Some of our presenters will be United States Department of Housing and Urban Development Field Director. We've also got the real estate fraud district from the district attorney's office, and we have other professionals that will be there to answer questions. We are asking the public to come in, bring advertisements, questions, comments, whatever they have to demonstrate predatory lending practices, discriminatory lending, and illegal housing practices. The foreclosure crisis has affected all of us. It's affected our governments. It's affected the ability for our local governments and the county government and even the state of California to provide repairs to infrastructures, to keep police and fire staff adequate staffing, and we will be talking about all these things. Today, one of the problems is with the rental industry is that we had the huge foreclosure crisis. A lot of homes were empty, and then investors have gone in and bought up whole neighborhoods, which is causing huge problems for people looking to buy homes and people looking to rent homes. So we hope to see some of you there, if not all of you, and it will be, it's on Wednesday, June 5th, 2013, from 1 to 3:30 at Temecula City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Peter Thorworth.
Mayor and Council, I'll be brief. This past Sunday, we had a very nice event at the Case in the Naceros Center, and by we, I mean the Arts Council Menifee. Next Saturday, not this coming Saturday, but Saturday the 18th at the Countryside Marketplace, I encourage everyone to come and join our biggest event, which is the Art Showcase. We'll have 3 stages. We'll have dozens of booths and artists on display, and I ask everyone in attendance, if you are a performer or artist of any kind, please email us and we will try to include you in that exciting event. The email address is info@artscouncilmenifee.org. We have a website of the same name, artscouncilmenifee.org. This event is free and brought to you by Arts Council Menifee and Donahue Schreiber, the developers of that Countryside Marketplace. And outside on the counter, there are blue and yellow flyers about this event. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Patrick Hill. Patrick Hill.
Sirs, ma'am, thank you for letting me speak. We're actually talking about the bunker and then a few other things. I'm a decorated combat veteran of both Iraq and Afghanistan, and I've been to and from, back and forth, home, and of course over there. And when I came back, I noticed a lot of changes in Menifee, a lot that I like and a lot that I don't. This is one of the things that I don't like to see happening. It was brought up before about the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence. That shouldn't be overlooked. You are the representatives of the people, for the people, by the people. Please honor that position. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Douglas Gibbs.
Good evening. A couple of you know me. I teach classes on the Constitution, and all these people that you see in here and outside in that room and outside in the parking lot and parking all the way around the corner, almost all of those people are here in support of the underground bunker. And we're here to help you realize that that's what the people want. That's what we believe is free. Now, being a Constitution teacher, one of the things when you talk about the Founding Fathers, when it comes to fundamental rights, one of the huge fundamental rights with them was private property. Why? Well, where did they come from? Britain, where it was the king's realm. You didn't own property. You didn't have any business doing anything on your own property. Here, private property is a very, very important thing. That's one of the things that makes us special as a nation, makes us exceptional. Now, when it came to not seconding the vote on the underground bunker, I was trying to figure out why. Could it be because of the hole in the ground? No, you have pools in Menifee, and the hole would be about the same size. Would it be structural integrity? No, it's professionally engineered and complies with state standards. Maybe an eyesore? No, it's an underground bunker, so it's not going to be an eyesore. And then I thought, well, maybe the California Constitution prohibited it, and I started looking, and well, it allows underground basements. Perhaps it's because Menifee already provides emergency shelter and items for people to, oh, wait a second, I looked into it, you don't. He should be able to for himself then. So, in closing, here's, if I can find my question. Here it is. Here's my question. Will you vote to violate the Constitution and the oath you took to preserve, protect, and defend it? Or will you vote for that oath? Are you voting to defend the God-given rights of people who are seeking, or are you seeking to control their lives, liberty, and property? That's up to you next time you bring it up at the dais. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Stella Stevens.
I'm sorry, say the name again, please.
Stella Stevens.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm here to talk about the current 2010 California Building Code, California Code of Regulations, Title 24, Part 2, Volume 1 of 2, California Building Standards Commission based on the 2009 International Building Code as it relates to people such as me contemplating purchasing property and or single-family dwelling home purchases within the city of Menifee and pulling permits for future work to be done. It came to my attention recently that the city of Menifee is unwilling to issue building permits for accessory buildings, quote unquote, that may or may not be located underground as a detached basement, granny flat, or as an actual emergency shelter for purposes including but not limited to storage versus the above ground rental unit offsite, shelter from earthquake aftermath, temporary housing resulting from catastrophe, etc. Having today talked with the Department of Housing and Community Development, Residential Codes and Standards for the state of California, located in Sacramento, I am stymied why this city would put itself at risk of litigation for failure to, and in fact refusing to start the permitting process, let alone issue a building permit for such an item. Sacramento has established clear guidelines for issuing permits, and I'm very aware of the necessity of modifying building plans according to local geology and zoning requirements. I can only assume that certain members of the City Council are not familiar with the requirements of the permitting process, and I assume that this faux pas was not done arbitrarily and capriciously. Without sufficient grounds, permit processing obstruction does not do well to abide by Menifee's and Riverside County's general plan or, in fact, current law. Quite the contrary, refusing to start the permitting process and refusal to allow a building permit without having first filed, quote, findings with specificity with the California Building Standards Commission is a violation on a number of levels. This is counterproductive to increase the promotion of the city's overall growth, prosperity, real estate tax revenues, etc., and is public. And it publicly broadcasts the fact that once a homeowner buys into the community, they are not free to enjoy rights, liberties, and legal protections enjoyed by all other communities in other counties in California regarding the maintenance and or upgrading of one's home. To quote a section of the California Building Code, quote, local building standards do not apply without appropriate adoption and the required filing. You're welcome to contact the California Building Standards Commission in Sacramento to verify what I've said. I ask you to revisit your city's prior mistake, as well as formally advise your city's chief official for the building department to handle future permits for accessory buildings without a fuss and without refusal solely because of arbitrary, capricious, and non-legal grounds. I don't imagine you would relish the thought of signs, billboards, picketing, and door-to-door campaigns that broadcast your use of bias and discrimination in the permitting process, as was recently done. I wonder what national media would say for such antics. Thank you for fixing the prior problem, and thank you for bringing this up for an additional vote the next time that you have a meeting. Thank you.
One more speaker, please, Madam Clerk.
Sir, that is all the speakers under the public comment portion of your agenda.
Thank you very much for everyone's comments. Do we have any speakers on the consent calendar?
No, sir.
Okay, on the consent calendar, I'm going to pull the warrant register for separate consideration with that. Are there any other members would like to adjust the consent calendar. Mr. August?
You could pull 10.7, please.
All right. May I have a motion for the balance of the consent calendar, please?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember August.
Aye.
Councilmember Furman.
Aye.
Councilmember Denver. Deputy Mayor Edgerton. Mayor Mann.
Aye.
Thank you.
On the warrant register 10.2, I just had a question of staff. Mr. Johnson, there is a total of 11 warrants for $55,251 for the Newport Turn Pocket project. Could you please expound on that and tell us what that is?
Yes, sir. There were actually two Newport median left turn pocket projects that we had to the same company. The left turn, double left turn pocket here in Newport, south to Hahn, and Antelope north to westbound Newport. Two double left turn pockets that we had lengthened, and
Will that improve flow through the intersections before we begin widening Newport Road later on this
yes,
year?
and both of those were completed, I believe. We're maybe holding on to a retention. Is that correct, Terry?
The reason there were so many checks was that we were issuing joint checks to ensure that the material suppliers and subcontractors were each paid along with this primary contractor.
No, I appreciate that. My question wasn't the expenditures. I wanted to know, because this wasn't mentioned as part of our infrastructure, public works workshop.
No, these were actually completed last fiscal year. Last calendar year. One of the projects started in November. It was the expansion and lengthening of the double left turn pocket, westbound Newport to southbound Hahn.
Okay.
Just east of Hahn Road.
Okay.
And then secondarily, we did a change order. The same company told us to value the project at the same price point, and they were awarded the project on northbound Antelope to westbound Newport, double left turn lane pocket extension.
Thank you. Agenda item number 10.7, Mr. August.
Yes, question for Public Works, Jonathan. 10.7, sleazy, the slurry sale program, the road improvement program for the city of Menifee. You mentioned you did 3 areas. Which areas were those, and what kind of progress are you coming to as far as being able to provide the record of estimated projects that are coming forward in the city?
This is the first phase of our slurry seal project. We're currently evaluating other streets within the city to move forward here shortly, which I'll be bringing to council to inform you. The streets that we've completed with this notice of completion, I apologize, I don't have the map in front of me, but includes Hahn Road out here, as well as several others throughout the city.
Okay.
Are there any additional questions? Hearing none, I'd accept the motion on agenda item 10.2. May I have a motion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
I'm sorry, I did not hear the second, sir. Oh, okay. Councilmember August?
Aye.
Councilmember Furman? Aye. Councilmember Denver? Aye. Deputy Mayor Edgerton? Aye. Mayor Mann?
And aye.
Thank you.
Agenda item 10.7, may I have a motion? Second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember August? Councilmember Furman? Aye. Councilmember Denver? Aye. Deputy Mayor Edgerton? Aye. Mayor Mann?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your patient staff. On to public hearings. Agenda item 11.1. Madam Clerk, would you please read that agenda item?
Yes, sorry, Your Honor. My matter is not in front of me. This is agenda item 11.1, a public hearing for the Community Development Block Grant Program approval for Consolidated Plan 2013-14 Annual Action Plan, the analysis of impediments to fair housing and related actions. The request tonight is that you conduct the public hearing and adopt the resolution.
Thank you. Is there a staff report?
Yes, there is, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Terry Willoughby, our finance director, will be providing that staff report this evening.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members and residents. Tonight I'll be briefing you on the Community Development Block Grant Program that's up for approval tonight. So this is the public hearing. In 2012, last year, about this time, it was determined it would be beneficial for the city to seek entitlement funding for the Community Development Block Grant directly from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. This is an alternative to receiving the funding from the county and passing it through. That we prior to seeking the entitlement status, we did not receive the CDBG funding. CDBG program is a flexible program and provides communities with resources to address a wide range of unique community development opportunities. Commencing with 2012-13, the city participates within the CDBG program as an entitlement community, which is available to cities with populations of at least 50,000. Entitlement communities develop their own funding priorities and programs with maximum priority given to activities that benefit low and moderate income persons. The annual allocation is determined by HUD using a formula which includes several measures of community need. As an entitlement community, Menifee receives grant funding to provide decent housing, suitable living environment, and opportunities to expand economic opportunities within the city. Eligible activities include funding of public services, construction of public facilities and improvements, rehabilitation of residential and non-residential structures, activities relating to energy conservation, and provision of assistance for businesses to carry out economic development and job retention activities. Some of the milestones in the program: October 18th of 2011, Council approved the adoption of the city's Citizen Participation Plan, which established the policies and procedures for citizen involvement in the CDBG program. December 7th, 2012, we published a 30-day notice of the city's needs assessment and hearing and the release of the public services application. January 9th of 2013, the Public Services Technical Workshop was conducted here in the council chambers. Public was invited to attend and provide input. January 25th, 2013, the applications were due for public services. In February 4th, the Menifee Citizens Advisory Committee, or MCAC, reviewed the eligible public service applications and funding recommendation and made their funding recommendations for City Council. April 7th, 2013, the draft annual action plan was made available for public comment, and tonight we are holding the public hearing on the annual action plan for next year. May 15th, the annual action plan, as approved by council tonight, will be submitted to HUD for program year 2013-14. Program year 2013-14 is the second year that we have participated as an entitlement community. It is the second year of the 5-year consolidated plan, which was adopted by council last year and submitted to and approved by HUD. Every 5 years, we have to redo that consolidated plan, and you will not be asked to vote on that again this evening because it was approved last year. Accompanying the 2012 consolidated plan, the following were adopted by City Council last year. The Citizen Participation Plan, which again lays out how citizens are asked to provide input on the CDBG program. The analysis of impediments to fair housing was presented last year and adopted by council. And the 2012-13 annual action plan, which was adopted on May 1st, 2012. Each year, we are required by HUD regulations to submit an annual action plan to develop it, and it must be adopted by council and submitted to and approved by HUD. The Citizens Participation Plan is an integral part of the CDBG program as it encourages citizen participation in the development of the city's consolidated plan and annual action plans. Another key component involves the annual review and funding recommendations of the public services applications that are made from various organizations that are seeking funding through the CDBG program. Our process, as approved by council, involves a review by the Menifee Citizens Advisory Committee. After staff reviews all submitted applications for completeness and eligibility, they are then presented to the MCAC. The MCAC reviews and determines which applications to recommend for funding. MCAC recommendations are being presented tonight to City Council for consideration during the annual action plan public hearing. due to the current federal budget situation, the HUD office is advising us that we will have more than likely facing a 5% cut in funding from the previous year allocation. Those allocations have not been finalized yet. All projects and programs included within the 2013-14 plan align with the needs and objectives identified within the consolidated plan. Community input during the citizen participation process that was done in the form of a needs survey identified the following items: infrastructure improvements, home repair programs to ensure homes are safe, sanitary, and accessible to persons of all ages and levels of mobility, youth activities, services, and youth centers, senior citizen service were identified as a priority, park, recreation, and community facilities, circulation and other street improvements to facilitate traffic flow, eliminate unsafe traffic conditions, and improve access to local businesses, crime awareness and prevention, and finally, job creation. The following table summarizes the various projects and programs which are included in the 2013-14 draft annual action plan and presented to City Council this evening for consideration. First, we have a minor home repair grant program for $120,000. This is an annual program. We target the elderly, frail elderly, and disabled veterans. It allows them an grant of a maximum of $10,000 to make improvements to their residents. The next would be the Senior Center, Casey Nacero Senior Center Rehabilitation, $84,112. Lazy Creek Recreation Center Rehabilitation, $36,048. Public Service, the Assistance League funding, $10,000. Community Covered, $10,000. Menifee Sun City Concern, $20,000. Sibley House, which is also known as Celebrating the Steps, $10,000, and Valleywide Recreation, which provides scholarships for youth to participate in recreational sports, $5,422. The balance to make that $10,000 will be funded from our planning and administration allocation, which is a total of $73,896. So the total is $369,478. That's our annual allocation for this year. CDBG is a valuable tool for communities with entitlement communities because we're able to determine our own programs and priorities. Again, our estimated annual funding for the program year 13-14 is $369,478. The recommended action is to conduct a public hearing and consider adoption of a resolution approving the 2013-14 annual action plan as presented. With that, I'll take any questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Willoughby. Are there any questions of council, of staff? Questions only, please. Mr. August?
Are we going to go over these participation program applicants individually, or are we going to take them as a whole?
We are going to, that's a question of staff. The resolution that's before us, if we adopt the resolution, are we approving all of the recommendations of staff and the Menifee Citizens Advisory Committee at one time?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, yes, staff's recommendation is to approve the recommendations of the MCAC, as that's how it was originally set up.
Okay.
So staff doesn't have an alternate recommendation.
Okay, well, I won't be able to approve it. I need to separate out one of these because I have a conflict with one of the recipients. Since I did some grant writing for them, I don't want a perception of influence on my part, so I will be abstaining from a vote regarding the Menifee Sun City concern. Can we separate them out that way? If not, then I'll just have to abstain on the entire resolution as a result.
It would be, excuse me, it would be better to abstain on the entire resolution because the funds that go or do not go to the entity that you have a conflict with will be reallocated potentially. Okay. So the whole of it is a conflict.
I understand. Thank you for the advice. Mr. Denver?
Could you give us a little bit broader picture of this? If any of us have wives that are on these committees, if any of us have been a part of that, if any of us go to their meetings, if you pick it, how do you give me some advice here?
The key is whether or not there's a source of income from one of these entities, which the mayor has indicated he did some consulting work, and I assume that means that there was income. If there was no income from it, then merely being interested in it or even being a member of it is not a conflict.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other additional questions of staff? All right, I'm going to open up the public hearing at time 8:41. Madam Clerk, was this properly noticed, and have we received any
Mayor,
course?
man,
I'm
if you're
sorry.
going to recuse yourself from this item, you really should step down and leave the room.
That's a good point. I need to pass the gavel on to the deputy mayor to conduct this public hearing.
If anybody objects to anything I say, you can see my name right up there. It's Mann. All right. Madam Clerk, what is our next order of business then in reference to this hearing?
What I will tell you is that this was properly published and noticed, and that no further correspondence has come into me, and that would leave you able to open the public testimony portion.
In which the question is what? Do we have any speakers?
Yes.
Do we have any speakers?
Yes.
May we hear from the speakers, please?
Yes. Bill Zimmerman. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, can you just restate that you opened the public hearing at 8:21?
I can restate what I said, that we opened the public hearing at 8:21.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Not only am I an old spark plug, I'm getting rusty.
Hey now. Good evening, Deputy Mayor and City Council. I'm Bill Zimmerman. I'm here representing Arts Council Menifee as Vice President of Arts Council Menifee. You know, over the years, we've established a relationship with the city. It's a relationship of shared goodwill. There's a lot of our efforts, like our public art shows, Menifee's Got Talent we recently did, and there's so many of these things we're doing to help promote the city and improve the quality of life. I would say one of the efforts that we do that's especially beneficial to the city is our student art training program that we do called Summer Art Institute. So let's just kind of get to it here. I've asked the city clerk to give you some letters that we've received from all three superintendents of our local schools, from Romaland Elementary, Menifee Elementary, as well as the Paris Union High School District. And all of those letters encourage your support for our program. We serve the local appropriate locations for underprivileged, low to moderate income areas such as Quail Valley and Romaland with this Summer Art Institute. What it's all about is we provide art training to these low-income areas to the students. About 400 of them will receive materials and training from professional artists and volunteers from Arts Council in the community. It's something that their parents simply can't afford to provide that training. And as you all know, the state's been cutting funds to the schools, and that's why the superintendents and all the teachers at the schools are also thankful that we're willing to step up and provide this service and this program to the students. What is the CDBG's goal? And what it is it provides cities with local control of these funds. That's what it's all about. And we became an entitlement city. I applaud the city for doing that. It gives us the ability to fill those gaps where the schools are unable to provide art, music, dance, all of those kind of things in their program anymore because of their funds. The city's now able to recognize that. You got a group of volunteers rolling up their sleeves. We're out there ready to do a bunch of work. And like I said, we have that shared goodwill with the city. We want to continue that, especially with this program. We presented to the MCAC. We had one speaker, and we may have not been as efficient with our presentation to them, because I think the MCAC didn't realize what it is that we do and what we intend to do. So I see my time's up, but I want to invite you to attend. Last year we did receive CDBG money, and so starting next month, we're going to actually have this program. It'll be at Quail Valley Elementary at Romaland. We'd love to have you guys come. If you don't mind, I'll shoot you an invitation. And we also have an awards thing for all the students. There'll be about 400 of them and all their parents, so we'd love to have you attend. We're asking you to please consider adding Arts Council Menifee. We're the one local group that didn't make this list from MCAC. So thank you for your time.
Don Prather.
Mr. August? Councilman August?
Could you, Bill, could you expand tell us a little bit more about this year-round camp?
Yes, it's actually during the summertime. It's for 1 week at Quail Valley School. It's for 1 week at Romaland Elementary School. And we're going to basically have 200 students from each one of those for a full, it's in the morning until about midday, and they're learning all about painting and art. Like I said, please do come. We'd love to have you come in and see what's going on. We did it last year, and this year we're gonna do it again using the money that you guys provided last year. So
Just let me follow up 1 second. I believe you commented earlier that it was a year-round camp. That sounds like a 2-week camp to me. Maybe I'm not hearing it correctly.
I don't remember saying year-round camp, but if I did, I apologize.
Okay,
It is a summer a program for the students in those two low to moderate income areas.
Okay. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Zimmerman, is your suggestion that we make an amendment to add to this list?
I am asking you, basically there was, I think, 7 different groups that came in. Some of them aren't even local Menifee groups, but they're all good, and they're doing good, positive things just like we are. Unfortunately, we were the one group, a local group, that was taken out of the program or recommended for 0 funds, and we're asking that we be reconsidered for that. If you don't mind taking a look, we would certainly appreciate that so that we can continue the program that we have in place. I think it's something, as you can see from the letters from the superintendents, it's well appreciated. The parents love it. It's our opportunity to give a lot of these kids something that without this program, they're never going to get any of this training and discover what they have inside them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
One more question. Is this your sole source of funding, the participation block grant?
For this program, yes. We do get other money for other things that we do, some of the events that we do, like Menifee's Got Talent, or some of the art receptions and things like that we do. We receive other money from other grants and all. But for this program, this is the sole source.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Next speaker, please.
Don Prather Smith.
Oh, excuse me, City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, members of council. Just in consideration that the groups that are coming up that are not listed as a recommendation for funding, if you were to consider those groups, then funding would have to come away from another group that's already listed on here. Just want to make that clear. There's a limited amount of funds, and it's on page 2 of your staff report, tab 11.1. You'll see the public services area, and you'll see those groups that are listed there. There's 55,422. I think we're talking 60,000 because we're going to pull some from our public, our planning funds. But if you were to add somebody that's not on the list, that wasn't recommended by MCAC, I'm not suggesting you do or don't, just saying if you do, you would then need to subtract funds away from another group to make that happen. Just an exercise in math.
Councilman August, I see this desire of yours to make a comment. This is the public portion, but you want to hold it until after we get public comment? Or is it in reference to something already said?
Sure, thank you. I'll hold it right now.
Okay. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Don Prather Smith.
Third time's the charm. Good evening, Deputy Mayor and council members. Thank you for letting me have an opportunity to speak to you. Menifee is a wonderful city. I've lived in this area a long time, and I'm very proud of our city. But one thing that we have that every city has is hunger. According to the 2010 census, 9%, actually almost 10% of Menifee residents during that the year before the census experienced poverty, living below the poverty level. And the Menifee Valley Community Cupboard has been a source of emergency food provided at no cost to those less fortunate in Menifee since 1997. Funds such as the Community Development Block Grant are essential in the fight to alleviate hunger and malnutrition here in the city of Menifee. During 2012, the cupboard distributed an estimated 185,000 pounds of food in emergency food boxes, supplemental food bags that contain bread, eggs, and produce, and holiday meal boxes. We serve more than 2,200 individuals. Actually, at this point in the year, we're closer to 23, or going over 23 at this time. We have more clients this year, primarily as a result of the long-term decline of our economy and long-term employment. All of our clients make less than 80% of the median income based on the HUD guidelines. 61% of our clients actually live with only 50% of the median income. 64% of our clients are children and seniors. That's 36% children and 28% seniors. We also serve the homeless and the working poor, people who have jobs, sometimes multiple jobs, but they don't have enough to feed their family properly. In addition to food, the cupboard has also provided rental assistance to prevent homelessness, bus passes to help people get to and from medical appointments and job interviews, and we also help to encourage people to apply for other services. The Community Development Block Grant was a very important part of accomplishing these things in 2012, and we are asking you again to award the block grant percentage to the community cupboard to help us continue in our important mission here in the city. There are shrinking opportunities for grants and shrinking dollars, and many organizations that are worthy, but please do remember us when you cast your vote.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Red Sullivan.
Good evening, Deputy Mayor, Council, and staff members and members of the community. I'm Red Sullivan, and I'm president of Menifee Sun City Concern. I want to thank MCAC for recommending that we receive $20,000 in grant for the Menifee Sun City Concern, who's dedicated to supporting independent living with a peace of mind for those at risk. The Concern has been offering services to Menifee and Sun City for over 39 years. The services include the telephone reassurance program, in which we call over 40 seniors daily to ensure that they're okay. We can't reach them, we continue making calls and eventually call the police. We do not want anyone lying on the floor that's injured or perhaps deceased. We also have an information and referral program which maintains files for community resources, government, local, and a variety of different ones, as well as, let's see, I lost my place. And then we have an outreach program which has an RN who assesses the needs of a senior whenever a family member calls stating their person is having problems. And they go out and assess them for their home, for their mental and health assessments, and then make the recommendations to the family as what is best for the senior. We also have the register desk, which provides names for service providers, which are caregivers, handymen, gardeners, etc., and they also all undergo 100% background check to ensure that there are not any felons on our list. We are also a first responder for the city of Menifee in case of a disaster. We are a 501c3 nonprofit corporation which does not charge for our fees. The income is derived from donations and grants. We want to thank the city for last year's CDBG grant, which helped assist the concern in serving over 600 new members to date, as well as taking care of our existing ones. We take care of approximately 1,400 people a month, which comes out, when we do the average, to about 36,000 a year that we take care of, not counting new ones that come in. And we do this with a staff of 2 part-time people and some volunteers, such as myself, who makes phone calls. We'd like to thank the city, we hope that you will approve this year's grant so that we can continue providing these most valuable services to the seniors and disabled in Menifee. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Dorcas Sechtman.
Good evening. I'm Dorcas Schachtman, President of the Assistance League of Temecula Valley. I'd first like to thank the City of Menifee for all of your support in the past years. The local chapter of Assistance League was founded in 1989 as a 501c3 organization. We're an all-volunteer group of over 200 members, and 100% of the funds spent on philanthropic programs serve local needy families. Our main philanthropic program, Operation School Bell, provides new school clothing to students in grades kindergarten through 8 in the Menifee Union School District. In addition to providing new school clothes to Menifee students, Assistance League recently provided over $1,000 in food for seniors to the Menifee Valley Community Cupboard. We're also providing art supplies to the Menifee Arts Council Children's Summer Art Institute. And our community outreach program regularly provides services to meet one-time and emergency needs for the needy in Menifee community. So we have a very strong relationship with the Menifee community. For the Operation School Bell program, students are referred to the program by the school health clerks. Beneficiary households are required to certify household income, provide supporting documentation, and meet HUD's regional low-income standards. In the 2012-2013 school year, Operation School Bell provided 363 underprivileged students in Menifee with new school clothing. For the next school year, it is our goal to provide clothing to a comparable number of students. This year, each student received $100 to shop for new school clothes at the local Kohl's department store. For the 2013-2014 school year, it is our goal to increase this amount to $125 to ensure that each child can buy a pair of new shoes as part of their shopping event. This program not only benefits the children, but it will also add approximately $36,000 of revenue to the local economy. Although the Operation School Bell program strives to provide clothing to as many local disadvantaged school children as possible, budgetary constraints prevent us from fully achieving this goal. We are seeking to substantially increase direct public funding for this program, primarily through applying for grant dollars from government and local institutions and regional and national foundations. By increasing such funding, Assistance League aims to serve a greater number of disadvantaged school children within our communities. 100% of grant monies received for Operation School Bell goes towards the purchase of new clothing for beneficiary school children. There is no other agency providing the services of Operation School Bell in Menifee. We ask that you consider the funding of this program so that Assistance League can continue serving the students of Menifee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker,
Grant
please.
Yoders.
Good evening, City Council. Grant Yoders, Community of Sun City. It was my original intent to address the public services application portion of this grant program, but after listening to what y'all said, just want to be approved as one blanket vote for the entire resolution. I thought that we would be able to discuss each one separately. Anyhow, one question I did have is in regards to the application process, and by looking at the monitor that Terry presented, there were a lot of dates in regards to submissions, deadlines, and so forth. I must have missed the boat somewhere, but I didn't see all those dates, because if I certainly would have submitted a application on behalf of the VFW and American Legion, because we certainly could have used the funding to help our veterans, worthy veterans that are in need. And secondly, in regards to that, if all the information was available, why did we only have 7 applicants? My second comment, it has to do with funding. I think the grants should be capped at $10,000. That way, if you're going to disperse $60,000, there would be 6 organizations that would be able to get some funding. And secondly, it would not show that you were giving preferential treatment to one over another by giving them additional funds. And lastly, I thought the Assistance League of Temecula Valley was pulled, but I guess it wasn't. But I do have a question regarding Valley-wide Recreation Park District. Why are they getting money when they are getting development assessment money and also getting funding by the county? And it's my recommendation that you take that money from them and give it to the Arts Council of Menifee, because at this point in time, it shows $0 contingency of $10,000 if more funds become available. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
That will conclude the speakers under this public hearing item and bring this back to the council.
All right, close the public hearing, Madam Clerk, and that will be at 9 o'clock sharp. All right, do we have comments from the members of the council? We are now open for council discussion on the matter. Excuse me, Councilman Denver.
I'm very sympathetic to the Arts Council's request. I'm sympathetic to the veterans. I don't know where this would end if we start this exactly. I'm not sure if we approve these that we haven't. I don't know where it ends. I don't know how else to say that. With the Arts Council, the question was stated by Mr. Yoders that how come only 7 were approved? I think there were 8. I mean, there were 8 asked. Art Council was not approved because they did a lousy presentation. They had 1 person there, and other people had a whole bunch of people there. They didn't know that they were supposed to have a whole bunch of people speak. It wasn't clear, much as you said. If there's a way of giving them some of this money, I'm on board. I don't know how we do it. I don't know where that ends. But I'd vote yes if somebody can give me a way to do it.
City Manager, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Deputy City Mayor, members of the council. Terry, would you explain, please, the process that it goes through and how many applications we actually received and how many were then qualified based on the threshold requirements of the CDBG through HUD? And then talk about the process that MCAC went through. That would maybe give the council a sense that there was some pretty heavy lifting done before this.
Correct.
Doesn't mean the recommendation needs to stand as it is. You are free to make recommendations based on the total amount of dollars that you see there. You could do it evenly. Mr. Yoders had a good suggestion that you might want to think about capping at $10,000 to allow for more agencies. But Terry, if you could go through just briefly and let us know how many applications were submitted, how they get qualified, how they get to MCAC, and then the process that it takes to get here. And I know it's a lengthy one, but if you could give us 3 to 5 bullet points, would be great.
Sure. We do publish, when we publish the applications in the Notice of the Public Service Application Workshop, that's a public notice, publicly noticed meeting. It's published in the newspapers as well in the library, and there's specific HUD guidelines for how long. I believe it's 30 days before the actual meeting, and when the applicant tells when the applications become available. We did extensive outreach through our website, and they were available on the website, and we met with several of the applicants prior to the workshop. We vet the applications. I believe there were 7 applications received this year. All 7 applications were deemed to be eligible this year and passed on to MCAC for review. At that point, MCAC spent a great deal of time. They had the applications before the meeting, and they reviewed the applications, and there were presentations by all the applicants at the public workshop. They listened to all the testimony and took, after lengthy discussion amongst themselves, the final vote was reflected what you see tonight.
Thank you. I would.
You didn't say how many applicants there were.
7.
I would make one comment in reference to what I've been hearing. It appears like Mr. Zimmerman made a point that there was some sensitivity to on the part of the council, and that was he was asking for some consideration of something which was strictly a Menifee organization, and we are giving money away, and perhaps that's something that the council would want to consider. Mr. Yoder came up and spoke about the veterans of foreign wars. I think most of the people here would agree with us. We do a lot for veterans, but it isn't even half what we should do when we consider the sacrifices that they've made. So if anybody on the council, including Mr. Denver, who I think was sensitive to Mr. Zimmerman's comment, and I think Councilman August was also concerned about that. If you wanted to make an amendment and add that, it's understood. I don't know what you want to give. You come up with a dollar figure, 10,000 for each if you want, and then according to Ms. Willoughby, we would simply deduct that perhaps off those who had more than 10,000, although it wouldn't bring everybody down to 10,000. I throw that out as.
Do we have a list? I had a second ago a list of the people who received the money and how much they received.
Page 2 of the staff report on section 11.1. Page 2 of the staff report on section 11.1. If I could make a couple other comments, I think where you're going is, it looks like we have $55,422 for the public services. We are already going to deduct the remaining amount needed to make that $60,000 from the planning and administration portion of the grant. So there is $60,000. Currently, you have 5 funded. You could fund 6 each at $10,000, which would include your choice of what those agencies are. And seeing one that's not on here that's here to speak, you could make a recommendation to add that group and fund all at $10,000. Therefore, no one's left out. However, there's a key point in this whole issue, and Terry, what I was really looking for was that there are really stringent threshold requirements. I'm speaking really to Mr. Yoder's question, why were there only 6 or why were there only 7 people that have applied? Well, not only are the requirements pretty strict, it's a low to very low moderate income group of folks that you need to actually be able to support. And there is a monstrous amount of paperwork that needs to be supplied. There are also income figures and all kinds of other things that need to be taken care of so that when the package is actually given to staff, and Margarita can attest to this, there's a lot of paperwork. And some of the groups that we've worked with before or we've worked with in other areas, they simply just don't want to take the time, energy, and effort to fill out all the paperwork. There's a lot. Most of the groups that are funded through CDBG have gone through the process before. They know what to expect. They know when and how to fill their applications. And the application period is a little different because we accept applications in November, get them reviewed, and close the application process by December. We're working 6 months ahead of time, so by July 1, the program date starts. So July 1 of 2013, the 13-14 CDBG year will start, and then the applications will be requested of agencies for the next year in November. So a short 5 months after the first program year starts. So once you get into the cycle, and most of these agencies know what the cycle is, they just continue to repeat. So those are just some unanswered questions that I want to make sure you had the information about.
Thank you. We've got Allison here. Who is that punched that one? Is that you, Terry?
Yes, I wanted to echo what Rob said. There are very stringent requirements, and we work with all of our agencies. We have quarterly reports that we have to turn around and submit to HUD to be in compliance to make sure we continue to receive HUD funding and work with them. There's also an annual report there's a lot of record keeping that they have to, because we have to make sure they're serving the right clientele and that our taxpayer money is used wisely.
Councilman Denver?
I'm assuming that all 7 people, including the Arts Council, who didn't get approved, met your criteria?
All 7 applications that were received this year were deemed to be eligible.
If it would meet the goals of the council, we might consider making a $10,000 cap on all the the expenditures. That would mean that we would give $10,000 to the Assistance League, $10,000 to Community Cover, $10,000 Menifee Concern, $10,000 to Sibley House Valleywide, still get $5,422, and the Arts Council would get 10.
Is that, you want to make a motion to amend it?
If I have support.
Or is that
It's a motion if I have a second.
I'll second it for purposes of discussion. Mr. August?
I would like to ask the question, this Menifee Citizens Advisory Council, are these not the recommendations we're taking, that these applicants came before them and these are the ones that they're suggesting we approve tonight? Who disapproved some of these people? Some of these, like Mr. Zimmerman's group, who said we don't want to allocate any funds to that?
They voted as a group, sir. The entire committee voted as a group on the funding. It wasn't just one person. This was their recommendation as a group.
Okay, and can you tell me the other organizations that the Menifee Action Committee did the same thing, disapproved? What were they? Or was that the only one?
That would be the only one. Now, when we did the process, each year is different, and last year there were other organizations that were not approved. But this year, year before, correct.
Okay, and this has to be done tonight, I believe.
I'm sorry, there was another Community Connect, the 211 system. I should have looked at my notes. 211 system, they also did not approve.
So there's 2.
There's 2,
okay.
correct.
All right, and we have to get through this tonight, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Yes, we have to submit the application to Housing or Urban Development by the 15th, so this is the last meeting to do that.
Councilman Furman.
Yeah.
I just had a question for Terry on this. I see in planning administration we got a $73,000 cost. Is that what it costs to get all the paperwork and the administration work done? Is that what you're telling me?
That covers staff time to administer the program.
Okay.
And part of that is being used to fully fund. We're taking part of that to fully fund Valley-wide up to the $10,000 limit.
Okay. Thanks.
Well, I'll just make a comment in general on grants. It was, by the time you reach 1920, you had people coming up here tonight talking about the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, and we've lost so much of our independence, and probably the 2 greatest contributors to that loss are judicial review and grants and aid. Give you an example of grants and aid. California said, hey, guys that are 18 are going in there facing the military. A bullet is probably more dangerous than a beer. And liberals and conservatives and independents all voted California. Let the 18-year-old guy have a beer. But the federal government came in because we had taken grants and aid, and said, you can do that, but as the Department of Transportation will pull away your transportation funds, which would be a disaster. So I want to let my constitutionalist in here know I am adamantly opposed to accepting on an idealistic basis. I'm adamantly opposed to these grants. However, as the mayor said, on the road to your horizon, there's a load of compromising. How do you fund these? Do you just walk away from these very good programs? You don't, or at least I don't. So I'm going to hold my nose, and I'm going to vote for this. But we have an amendment on the floor by Councilman Denver. It was seconded by myself, and that is to make all these grants $10,000 and to add the presentation by Mr. Zimmerman to make the Arts Council as part of that. And unless there's further discussion on that, I'll call for the question on that particular amendment.
Okay, so
Discussion, call the vote. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes, sir. To add Arts Council at 10,000, adjusting therefore Assistance League to 10,000? No. Terry,
No,
sorry. Everyone at 10,000.
$10,000 cap.
Sorry.
On all of them, and there's a one
Got
that's
it.
20, and we divide it 2 times.
Okay, got it. I understand. Council member.
Are you clear on that, Madam Clerk? Do we know
Yes,
what we're
I
going to
am.
do with the funds? Okay.
I understand that each organization listed, including the Arts Council of Menifee, will each receive $10,000.
Indulgence, sir, we're going to add the rest of the money to that from our planning and admin to make that 10,000.
So that it ultimately would be $10,000. Councilmember August.
No.
Councilmember Furman.
Aye.
Councilmember Denver. Deputy Mayor Edgerton.
Aye, motion passes. And I think that would then be the direction to staff, would it not be?
At this point, then that is correct, but I would like to know, that was the amendment to the resolution. Can we just approve the resolution for the purpose?
Yes, we need a separate vote on the resolution.
Right, of the hearing?
Okay.
Actually, if I could add to that, what you have done actually is to amend the recommendation, because the resolution does not, it merely refers to that.
Right.
So that has now been amended to reflect what was said, and now you would be voting on the resolution itself.
It needs a separate resolution.
Right, and it's Resolution 13315, approving the annual action plan.
All right, and you're going to call a roll on that resolution, Madam Clerk?
Is there a motion for approval on that?
We have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Call a roll. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember August.
What are we voting on?
The resolution of approval for the program itself.
As amended.
As amended.
Does that recognize my no vote? No.
Councilmember Furman.
Yes.
Councilmember Denver.
Yes.
And Deputy Mayor Edgerton.
Aye.
Thank you.
And we will, we have approved it. This particular hearing is over, and the esteemed mayor has entered the room. That's it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Edgerton. At this point, I'm going to call for a 10-minute recess. 6 Highway 74, sale of beer and wine at California Ranch Grocery Market. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Carmen Cave, Community Development Director, will provide the report.
Actually, I'm going to pass it off to Lisa Gordon, our senior planner, who has been the planner on the project.
Good evening, Lisa Gordon presenting the conditional use permit appeal. This project is located north of Highway 74 and east of Sherman Road. It's highlighted in yellow. The zoning of the site is scenic highway commercial. To the east and west, you have scenic highway commercial, and to the north and south, rural residential. This project is consistent with the zoning of the site. The general plan land use of the site is commercial retail. There's commercial retail land use designations to the east and west, medium density residential to the north, and light industrial to the south. This project site currently contains a 4,000 square foot grocery market. It was formerly Bargain Basket. To the north, you have single family residences. To the east and west, vacant property. And to the south, you have Highway 74 and the rail line and industrial uses beyond. The Bargain Basket Grocery Market was approved by the city on March 3rd, 2009 under Plot Plan 19044. The building exterior was improved and landscaping installed by the applicant as part of a facade improvement program offered by Riverside County. Riverside County did decide to put funds into this market because the closest grocery store is the Winco on Ethanak in the city of Paris for this area. This is the site plan for the project site. The landscaping's been installed. The building's been permitted and final to code. For our project description, the conditional use permit before you tonight proposes to allow the sale of beer and wine for off-premise consumption at the existing and approved grocery market, formerly Bargain Basket, but now California Ranch Market at 27526 Highway 74. This project was denied at Planning Commission on April 23rd, 2013. The primary reason for denial of the application was concern that there were too many uses in the area already selling alcohol. In addition, a Planning Commission member was concerned with impacts to the community in regards to morals and drunk driving. At the public meeting, the owner of the Romoland Liquor Market spoke in opposition to the CUP, citing that he was concerned with the competition and that there were too many other uses selling alcohol in the vicinity. A member of the community, George Rackstraw, also spoke in opposition to the project due to the number of existing uses already selling alcohol in the area. Some of the uses that were cited at that meeting for already selling alcohol in the area included the Big League Dreams, which is located in the city of Paris, Romoland Liquor Mart, and Romo Mart. For this project, we do not require a finding of public necessity and convenience. ABC, the Alcoholic Beverage Control, they do require a finding of public necessity and convenience if there are too many liquor licenses in a census tract. For this census tract, for off-sale licenses, 3 licenses are allowed and 1 license has been issued. So there are still 2 available licenses according to ABC. This is the census tract that the project site is located in. The boundaries are Case Road and Highway 74 to the south. To the north, you have Ellis Avenue, and to the east, Briggs Road, and then I'm not sure what that road is in the city of Paris, but you can see the boundaries. It's a rather large census tract, primarily residential with commercial uses closer to 74 and Case Road and the 215 freeway as you head into the city of Paris. ABC allows for 4 on-site licenses and 3 off-sale licenses. On-site means you're allowed to serve alcohol on the property and people can drink it there. They cannot buy it to go. Off-site license means that people will buy the alcohol, like a can of cans or bottles, and take it to go. They're not allowed to consume it on the premises. Or a box of wine. Thank you, Carmen. There are currently 3 on-site licenses issued in this census tract. We've got Big League Dreams, and that's the blue dot near Trumbull Road and the 215. Annie's Restaurant, that's closer to the intersection of Antelope and 74. And the Chinese Bistro, which is located at Menifee Road and Highway 74, our favorite train station Chinese restaurant. Therefore, 1 additional license could still be allowed or issued by ABC for on-site consumption in the census tract. There has only been 1 license issued for off-site consumption, and that was for the Romoland Liquor Market. As I mentioned before, the primary reason for denial of the CUP was concern that there were too many uses in the area selling alcohol already. Big League Dreams, Romoland Liquor Market, and Romo Gas Mart. Big League Dreams is located over 3,000 feet to the north of the project site in the city of Paris. Beer is sold at the restaurant snack bar on site. However, it's only for on-site consumption and not sold to go. The Romoland Liquor Mart is located approximately 2,000 feet to the east of the project site on Highway 74. The county approved a plot plan for the Romoland Market Grill and Deli in August of 1999. And staff researched, they do have an ABC license to sell alcohol, but they don't have a conditional use permit to sell alcohol. The plot plan was approved in 1999, and the requirement for a CUP to sell alcohol was required in the zone as early as 1990. So we're not sure if maybe ABC didn't contact the county planning when the plot plan was approved, or when they issued the license, or we're not sure if maybe the county didn't know that liquor was being sold when they approved the plot plan. But a CUP should have been required. I would also like to note that EDA was working with the property owner, who is not the same person who runs the Romoland Liquor Mart, but EDA was working with them on a facade improvement program, and we did communicate to EDA that a CUP was required in March of 2011. Romo Gas Mart. This is located approximately 850 feet to the east of the site, also on Highway 74. This facility or business is not selling alcohol. We did do a site visit, and they're not selling any beer, wine, or distilled spirits that we could see. So they do not have a license for the sale, and they do not have a CUP for the sale of alcohol, but they're not selling it. If they were to sell it, they would be doing so illegally. So based on the number of licenses allowed by ABC and based on the research conducted on other businesses in the area, there do not appear to be too many uses selling alcohol in the project vicinity. As I mentioned before, Romoland Liquor Market does not have the proper entitlements for the sale of beer, wine, or distilled spirits for off-site consumption, although they do have an ABC license. Big League Dreams only serves alcohol for on-site consumption. The Romo Gas Mart, which was mentioned at the Planning Commission meeting, does not sell alcohol and does not have permits or a license to do so. There is not an overconcentration of licenses in the census tract where the project is located. We don't need a special finding for ABC to issue this license. The project is also consistent with an ordinance passed by our city council in 2009, which added additional restrictions on the location of liquor stores, mini marts, and service stations. Our city council was concerned with uses selling alcohol being too close to one another or being more than one use being located in a shopping center. So they restricted, they added another development standard which restricted these uses being located within 500 feet of a school, church, or park or similar facilities. This project is not located within 500 feet of a park, church, or school, and our city council only wanted one such use in a shopping center, so there's not another use in the shopping center. This is a map showing the location of the closest school. We have the Calvary Chapel Christian Academy to the east and the Romoland Assembly of God. They're both over 1,500 feet from the project, and then the Romoland Elementary School is even further past east of Antelope Road. At this time, staff recommends adoption of resolution number 2013-318, approving the conditional use permit to allow for the sale of beer, wine, and off-premise consumption at 27526 Highway 74, based upon the findings and conclusions incorporated into the staff report. This concludes staff presentation.
Thank you very much for that thorough report. Council, are there any questions of staff? Mr. Furman?
Concerning the Big League Field of Dreams, I play there a lot myself, and the service counter is hardly ever open. I believe it's only open sporadically on when there's a big event or a ball game there, and it requires a lot of times a purchase ticket to get in the ball field to even get to the snack bar. Is there any records how often they are really open, like per week at all?
I don't have that. I did call them, and they mentioned that they only have 4 different beers on taps. And that was
just for the knowledge of the council, since I play ball there quite a bit, it may be only open 2 different times a week for 4 hours. So it's really not a location where somebody can really go.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions of staff? Deputy Mayor Edgerton?
Is there any possibility, I understand that we have a number of sites for wine and beer, and of course, there's a possibility of somebody wanting a liquor license as well. Would this in any way potentially, fast-forwarding a little bit, affect any development that we might want to put in there in the future for a major market or a pharmacy, which would automatically need to have not only beer and wine, but liquor? Would those developments in any way be jeopardized?
Not to my knowledge. There's different licensing requirements for the large grocery stores, anything over 20,000 square feet.
And that would also apply to the large pharmacies?
Depends on the size of the pharmacy. And then as the area develops, as you see more residential, the population of the census tract could increase, and ABC may allow more licenses in the future.
In addition, in the past, the City Council has made findings of public necessity and convenience, in particular, the Menifee Lakes Plaza that has not yet developed across the street had CUPs for both their potential drugstore and their gas station mini market. Those have since expired because they hadn't yet been utilized. The ABC is still using 2000 census figures for issuing their licenses. In the past, one of the findings we've made for public necessity and convenience is that the population had changed since the 2000 census, and in the 2010 census, the population had increased, but ABC, not being the city of Menifee, is a little behind the times in updating their data. So it's possible that the population has increased to the point where it could support additional licenses, and those would have been findings that we could make if there were to be enough licenses issued based on current ABC practices.
Just one other question about, is this a new owner or a fairly new owner into this market?
The property owner is the same. She is leasing the building to a new tenant. Well, she used to run the grocery store herself, but has since retired.
So probably the leasing arrangement, like an escrow, has an agreement that the lease proceeds. If she gets a nod from ABC, doesn't proceed if they don't get a nod from the ABC.
That might be a question for the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Could you go back to the aerial map with your light blue dots? On the corner of, thank you very much, on the corner of 74 and Menifee, at that intersection there's either an AM, PM, or an ARCO. I can't remember what it is, but do we know, that's not reflected on the map, do we know whether or not they have a license?
The AM/PM at the ARCO would be in a different census tract.
It is? Okay, that's what I just wanted to make sure. All right, thank you. Are there any other questions of staff at this time? Hearing none, I will go ahead and open the public hearing at time 9:39. Madam Clerk, was this properly noticed? And did we have, or do we have any correspondence to share?
It was properly noticed, and no correspondence has come in other than those coming in this evening.
Thank you. We'll take the first speaker then, please.
Yes, sir, I believe the applicant is here, Eddie Shalabi. Thank you.
Good evening.
I'm currently the one that's leasing the building from Brenda. I'm the owner of California Ranch. And I'll be on the planning commission day, it was May 23rd.
Can you hold that mic up to you, please?
Like that?
Yeah.
And I'll be on the 23rd. When I was listening to the planning commission, I saw them looking at a different picture of the location of our business. They seen it as a liquor store, as like a convenient mart where you can go buy cigarettes and beer, and it's, you know, a little regular convenience store, liquor store in the corner. That's not our type of business. Our type of business mostly is, we're like a Winco or like a Albertsons or a Stater Brothers on a smaller stage. Like we have meat, a full butcher shop, food produce, and our less concern is beer and wine. But where does beer and wine fall for us? It falls like in the, it's not the sales of beer and wine. it's considered more as service, as convenience, for people coming in to shop. They want to, like say they barbecue, for example. Somebody wants to come buy meat, buy produce, buy their groceries, tortillas, guacamole, salsa, fresh salsas, but we don't have that beer and wine. So by not having that beer and wine, they might skip us, saying, okay, you know what, let's go to Winco or let's go to the bigger stores that do have all this and their beer and wine. So that's what I wanted to explain to you guys. That's basically our concept of business. It's mostly meat and produce. It's like a 4,000 square feet building, right? Out of that 4,000 square feet building, maybe 1,000 is the butcher shop, maybe 2,000 is the produce department, and about another 1,000 foot is the grocery department where you have the tortillas and all that stuff. And the beer and wine just falls like out of the 12-door beverage cooler, it just falls in 4 doors. So we don't really advertise it. We're not after like the beer and wine, but if in the category of art, it's very important as a service to the customers, as a service for the business. It's not for the beer and wine. Like we're not just there just to sell the beer and sell the wine and advertise the beer and advertise the wine and do all that kind of stuff. We're just there because we need the beer and wine. It's very important for us as to stay in business, basically. It's a very important role as a service to have it just so we could, get those customers so we don't lose those customers that want to do that stuff, but they can't find the beer and wine in our store. That's it. Just wanted to explain that to you guys. If any questions, more of those.
Councilmember Denver.
Is this an ethnic store?
It's basically it's almost like an international store. Yes, you could find any produce. We're in the full line of produce. We would have every single fruit and vegetable you could find in this place. When it comes down to Hispanics, when it comes down to any kind of ethnics, what their produce, we would have it. Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Edgerton.
Have you already leased? Have you already entered into this lease, or are you going to enter the lease?
I'm already into the lease.
And so that begs the question, did you make acquiring the license a condition of the lease?
Yes, it's based on the CUP. And the lease is conditioned to the CUP as the beer and wine.
So in other words, if you don't get this beer and license, then that nullifies the lease.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
Yeah, my option. If I want to leave the building, if I believe I can't make it without that beer and wine, as a business, as survival, I could always think about it, and yes, I have the option to leave the lease.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of the applicant? Thank you, sir, very much.
Thank
Next
you, guys.
speaker.
Speakers in favor, Kevin Vernon.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members. My name is Kevin Vernon. I'm a commercial real estate broker. I represented both the lessee and the lessor in this transaction, and would like to shed a little bit more light on the current liquor license type 21 and 22, which are off-sale licenses. I've given you a map that shows you the contiguous census tract areas around the particular census tract that we're concerned with. In our current census tract, which ends in the numerals 30, we have a total of 1 license per 5,338 people. In the next census tract down, we have 1 license per 2,266 people. In the census tract ending in 29, where there's a Sun City, Texaco, there is 1 license per 9,184 population. Over by McCall Road, we actually have a Stater Brothers, a Vons, a Rite Aids, a Walgreens, and a Marietta liquor type, all within a very close area. In that census tract, there are 908 people per off-sale license. So we're in an area where we have very few off-sale licenses per the population. So therefore, I think the population most certainly does support adding another off-sale site. I've also given you another attachment showing you the adjacent communities around the city of Menifee. Canyon Lake has one license per 5,000 people. Menifee has one license per 2,982. Murrieta has one license per 1,916. Paris, 753. Temecula, 1,390, and the city of Hemet, 1,049. So you can see that Menifee is the second least underserved off-sale liquor license location in the areas surrounding the city of Menifee. Am I flashing here? Okay, a few more things to note. Brenda Van Dyke is the owner of the property. She currently chose to retire from operating her business and decided to put the business up for lease as a mechanism for her retirement income. This lease is contingent upon the tenant, the lessee, gaining the CUP from the city, and we respectfully request that you grant this conditional use permit for the lessee and the applicant. Thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor Edgerton?
So, in effect, you're representing both sides
I'm
of the
representing
deal?
both sides, that is correct.
Okay. Well, that certainly makes, not that you're representing both sides, but that you have represented both sides. I was about to ask the young man when he came up if there was a broker involved, because if there was, shame on them if they hadn't handled it properly, but you certainly have. Mr. Denver and I have both been realtors, and so has Mr. August down there, so we know what your responsibilities are, and you've met them very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
I sold that building, so I'm pissed off that I'm not standing.
Are there any other questions of the speaker? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Are there any other speakers in favor?
Yes, one more, Brenda Van Dyke.
Hello, City Council. Mr. Mayor, I'm the owner of the building. I ran the Bargain Basket there for 10 years. And as Kevin already explained, I'm looking to retire now. And I was very particular picking a lessee that would take care of the property, would maintain it, he's going to do a lot of improvements. He's going to sell meat and produce, which is really important for that area. There's nothing local that does that. These people have been in business. They have 3 other very nice locations. I don't know if Eddie brought you pictures, but they know how to do this. They do it well. They keep their markets clean. They put a big investment into it. For me, over a period of time, I got my use permit. Well, actually, it took quite a while because it was I started 2003. It was a long process because it ended up costing me between $25,000 and $30,000 because the area was still changing. Highway 74, they weren't sure how much dedication needed to be to widen the highway. Menifee wasn't incorporated yet. The big plan wasn't there. You had the County of Riverside. You had the Department of Transportation and Caltrans and everybody trying to work together, but I hung in there and did it. And I think that investment really is intended not only for revenue for you guys, but to improve my property. And as he said, that property, the reason I bought the building from Mr. Denver 10 years ago was so that I could lease it out when I retired.
I didn't own it. I was the broker.
Yeah.
She had 5 votes.
Actually, it was her sister. It was her sister that worked for me, too. So.
Can he still vote?
I didn't think you remembered me, truthfully. It's been so long.
You did your hair very nicely, I think.
Actually, it was my mother that did it. But anyway, it was kind of helpful to me that it took a while for the process because the city of Menifee did incorporate during that time, so I was able to be in compliant with their plan. I took down a large pole sign like that because that was part of their ordinance, and a large sign on the side of the building. Was able to make the contribution to the highway, including the right turn on Sherman. And Lisa already told you about my facade project, and that was over a period of time, so it did impact the bottom line, but it was certainly worth it. It improves, it's to my advantage to improve the community as well as everybody else's, and I've certainly been on board with that. And I really feel that the California Ranch Market is going to be an asset to the community. The traffic light was great. A lot of people walking across Highway 74, it just was not safe. The traffic light comes right into the building. Somebody mentioned previously about a single exit. It's a traffic light. It's a left turn lane. And with a crosswalk, it's very safe. And because it's right on the corner of Sherman. And that was a big issue for us. So I think I've about covered everything I had to say here. I'm not watching my light. But I do feel that a small family market shouldn't be at a disadvantage because they can't do what's necessary to stay in business like the bigger markets. So I think that's an issue for me, and that would, not being able to lease the building out, it would be difficult now. Everybody has the need to have cigarettes. People don't want to go down the street after they stop at your market and make another stop to pick up their pack of cigarettes and a beer maybe.
Thank you, Brenda.
And that's long enough.
Deputy Mayor Edgerton?
Okay.
Yes, you don't have to answer this question. I just wanted to know, when Mr. Denver represented your purchase, did he advise you that you would be better served by making your acquisition of a liquor license or a beer and wine license part of your escrow, so that if it failed, that you wouldn't be stuck with that without having your license? You don't have to answer that.
Don't answer that.
I ran a discount store, so for me it was low profit and it really wasn't an issue for me. But truthfully, it was my mother who put the deposit, so I have no way of knowing that. She's passed away.
Thank you. Mr. Denver can now keep his license.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, does that, all the speakers in favor?
Yes, that is all the speakers in favor.
Speakers against?
Yes, sir. Amir Bagari, did I get anywhere near that?
Good evening. My name is Amer Abugerir. I'm the owner of Romoland Market down the street, which was mentioned earlier. I was here on the Planning Commission. I did speak, my concerns for the area. I've been there in business since 1994, or close to 20 years. Served the community well. I understood that there was quite some liquor license in the area, especially for the proximity one another, because from this market to the store, it's I don't think there's even 0.3 miles from one another. So I spoke against it, of course, because I think it will adversely really affect this business. It's been there sitting, Romoland has been there for probably 50 years. It's a well-known market, in the community. It's, like I said, been long enough there. We do have already competition down the street. There is an AMPM towards the right side. I understand there's another application for another AMPM. Winco came in the vicinity for the last, I believe, 3 years, which, took some business from us. It's a small liquor market. So that's, I wanted to express my concern as far as was to stay, operating, properly for such a small area. I haven't done the study of the population, but I heard about 5,000. I'm not exactly sure if Romoland is that big. I mean, it's just a little stretch, really, and from one market to the other, it's small. I never met the owner. The lady just spoke, with all my respect. I've never been in her market, but I know she opened a grocery outlet, never bothered. I understood she did her business, but now having beer and wine, which is one of our strengths in the area, that's my concern. That's why I wanted to, speak out, and I'm opposing that. A lot of needs in the area, a lot of dromats, a lot of other business that she could lease out the business for that is really need, but there's a lot of like I said, needs for that particular community, not necessarily another beer and wine license in the area. So thank you for hearing. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions of the speaker? Hearing none. Next speaker, please. Again.
That is all the speakers on this item.
Very good. No more speakers. I'll close the public hearing at time 9:56. Okay, council discussion on the matter with respect to the adoption of this resolution. Councilmember Furman.
I want to give you a few facts. The craft beer capital of the United States, and this is just craft beer and many breweries. The economic impact of this city to this city was $299 million, with a total sales of in 2011 of $680 million. They have 85 microbrewery licenses. Okay? They created over 2,000 jobs. What city is it? San Diego. All right? The mini breweries are moving north. There's 7 in Temecula right now. We don't have any mini breweries as of yet, or microbreweries, but these businesses, for them to thrive, they need a shelf to put their product on. And the more shelves we have, maybe we can get some microbreweries here, because I like my beer.
That is the strangest comment I ever heard in my
It was,
whole
huh?
life.
Just some facts for you.
Councilmember August. I got you. Councilmember August.
I got you. Okay, thank you. Anyway, I might as well start out by saying this is not a difficult decision for me at all. I have to check with staff. We've gone through building and safety. We've gone through fire. I've talked to local law enforcement. They're not near as concerned about on-site as off-site purchases of beer and wine. But so I prepared a few comments, and I'll get them over with pretty soon. For myself, sometimes when having to make a decision, one has to start by asking the question, what are the reasons to approve a project, and not begin by searching for reasons not to approve a project. You have to start with reasons to approve a project. When within the guidelines, which this market appears to be, within the guidelines of state law, local ordinances, local zoning, land use, building and safety codes, and in my opinion, when there is no significant effect on public health and safety, the applicant has to be given the benefit and equity provided in the law. I understand the reasons for opposing the issuance of this permit. I respect the reasons and the concerns of all planning commissions in their opposition to this application. But those sworn to uphold the law should ensure that those that work and live within the law are not ill-served by being denied the law, like it or not. In the end, the retail market and members of the neighborhood will decide whether the sale of beer and wine belongs or not. To the applicant, I hope you listened and understand the concerns brought forward by all the planning commissioners, all the merit, and all have merit, and were well intended for the purpose of preserving peace and welfare in your neighborhood and in the city of Menifee. They are to be commended for that. I will vote and approve this permit, hoping you, the owner, will recognize the responsibility that comes with it.
Any other comments? Well, I believe in competition myself, and if another store opens and provides good or service, it keeps costs down, it drives costs down, and it benefits the consumer. So
I'll make a motion.
I have a motion to adopt a resolution and approve the CUP. May I have a second? I have a second by Mr. August. Roll call vote, please.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, we have a motion, a second, and we are, Mr. Denver, you have the floor.
I sold that property to her mother 10, 11, 12 years, I don't even know how long ago. Her mother's sister worked for me. Can I vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Denver. Madam Clerk, would you take the roll call vote, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember August. Councilmember Furman.
Aye.
Councilmember Denver.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Edgerton.
Aye.
And Mayor Mann.
Aye.
Thank you.
On to discussion items 12 yes, sir? We're done with this agenda item.
I know, but I just,
Uh,
I don't
we're-
know if it's proper or not, but I want to make a motion. All right?
Okay.
Since this is actually, I think, the first time that we've had an appeal come to us, I feel that the applicants should be refunded his, since he's victorious.
I'm going to call you out of order. This is
Okay.
not on the agenda.
Okay.
We
All
can't,
right.
we can't discuss that
Okay.
tonight.
That's
Now,
fine.
if you would like to during
I'll put
council.
it on future agenda
Exactly.
items.
Thank you very much,
Larry,
Mr.
but-
Furman. I appreciate that. Agenda item 12.1, Madam Clerk, could you read the item, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Urgency ordinance number 2013-125U adopting a moratorium on issuance of permits for metal storage containers and declaring the urgency thereof. We're looking for an adoption of this ordinance.
Staff report, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, I'm going to hand the next several discussion items off to the city attorney, who will lead the discussion on them.
Please proceed.
Okay. This is item 12.1, dealing with inter-emergency moratorium on metal storage containers. You've already discussed this somewhat earlier and agreed to bring this back. What is proposed and what is on the agenda is a moratorium on the issuance of any permits for these units while the city considers changes to its zoning ordinance. This will be a moratorium that would be in effect for 45 days. It could be extended, and I think, there it is, could be extended for a year and 15 days. At the end of that time, after a report comes back from staff indicating what has happened in the first 45 days. But there will be no permits issued for new containers during this time period.
No.
At the end of the 45 days, as I said, there's a potential for extension, and your options are basically to approve the urgency ordinance as presented, make changes to it as presented and adopted, deny it, or take no action. It is set forth under Government Code Section 65858 that requires 4 of you to say yes to this for it to be passed this evening.
Because it's an emergency.
Right.
Because of the urgency, yes.
Does that complete your report?
That completes my report.
Any council discussion? Councilmember Furman?
Julie, would this stop us from bringing the ordinance right back, kind of like immediately? We could do it as fast as we really want to.
You can do it as fast as you wish to, and that's in fact what the moratorium contemplates. It just holds everything where it is right now while you consider what you're going to do.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. August?
Yeah, my only comment is, it chimes in with Mr. Furman was saying that I hope we do get this through as soon as possible, get it back, and we'll make a decision on it.
May I have a motion, please?
So move.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. We need a roll call on this.
Yes, Councilmember August.
Aye.
Councilmember Furman.
Aye.
Councilmember Denver.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Edgerton. Mayor Mann.
Aye.
Thank you.
Agenda item 12.2.
I have to show you my pictures on here. So, this is the noise ordinance, and the noise ordinance, in 2011, the Ordinance Review Committee reviewed several ordinances and made recommendations for changes. One of the ordinances that was reviewed was the noise ordinance, and the one presented this evening contains the suggestions. I'm sorry.
There were speakers on this item, and we went
Oh.
through so quickly that we didn't get them announced.
sorry.
Can we reconsider that, please?
Reconsider.
I'm sorry, on
Reconsider which
12.1.
one? The
12.1 has, but many of them may have left, so I'm not sure who's here to speak. Shall I begin to call and see how
I will
that?
seek advice on the attorney, from the attorney. I mean, if we failed to provide an opportunity for a speaker to speak, we've already taken action.
You have
So-
taken action, but what I would suggest is that you all voted in favor. Any one of you can ask for reconsideration right now.
Okay.
And that would be appropriate. Take a vote on that, reopen it, and hear the public commentary.
And if we didn't?
Is there a motion to reconsider?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Yes.
Okay,
I'd
there's
like
a
to
motion.
make a point on that.
Okay, there's a motion to reconsider and a second. Deputy Mayor Edgerton.
To the city attorney, I think to be on the safe side if you are having a public hearing and then you deny speakers to that. You're
This is not
likely
a
to end up
public
with a
hearing.
problem.
This is not the.
But it's not a public hearing per se.
It's not a public hearing, it's a public meeting. But if you have people in the audience who wanted to speak on that, it's really appropriate to reopen and make sure that they have that opportunity.
Well, just strictly not from the law, but from the standpoint of liability, if you, just as a generalization, if somebody from the audience or people from the audience want to speak on an issue and you deny that, then that opens you up, does it not?
That's correct. You are potentially open to a challenge under the Brown Act for not permitting them to speak. So by reconsidering and reopening, you resolve that, and then you can go forward.
So I'd call for the question.
Okay, call for the question.
On the vote for reconsideration, Councilmember August.
Well, we're just opening it back up, right?
Yes.
Aye.
Councilmember Furman.
Sure.
Councilmember Denver.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Edgerton.
Aye.
And Mayor Mann.
Aye. Could I have
Thank
speakers
you.
on 12.1, please?
Yes, you can. Ramona Massey.
This isn't going to change anything.
Okay, I'll just keep going down the list. Some may have left. Stephanie Guilford Gall. Chris Thomas.
I think a few of you have heard of me before. So I appreciate the opportunity. I know you're not going to take any action tonight, but as a citizen, obviously you know I'm a planning commissioner, but I stand before you as a citizen of the community wanting to express my feelings on this. I probably will not be at the next meeting, so I appreciate you taking the time to hear me. You've heard a lot, and we know the issues, but one thing I would like to share with you is as a public official, you must look at the big picture of things. We all have the legal side of things, and we also have to, I guess what I'm getting at is we have a big picture of where you want the city to go. And that is your role as a city councilman. You may agree or disagree with some things, but that is a major role of a city councilman. That must be balanced with the desires and wishes of the citizenry of the city. The former councilman, Fred Twyman, once told me when we were discussing an issue and I didn't agree, he agreed. He said, Chris, I am never smarter than the people of this city. So he disagreed on an issue, but he voted with the way the people wanted. You have heard many people come before you as far as the bunkers go. I would like to just comment real quickly on the storage containers. I'm not in love with them, but I'm a property rights person. If you read in detail the ordinance that the Planning Commission gave you, there are protections as far as placement of them, screening, how many, tweak it how you want, attack code enforcement on the people that do not comply with that, but do not take the right away from these citizens to have those steel containers that are properly screened and properly edified to work within the vision of the city. So there are proper protections for the city, and I believe that it can fit within the vision you have of the future of the city. We have rural folks that filled this room and have filled it many other times. They are the minority, but their voices should be heard. I have a vision for this city that has much retail and commercial. It has housing. It also has the rural element. I personally, as a person, chose this city to move to before it was a city because I had freedoms that I could not get in other areas. And I appreciate you protecting those freedoms. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Chris.
Excuse me, Mr. Thomas. Yes. A question. I'm glad you brought up Mr. Twyman and the idea that we should, be open, and I am. And as you know, I hold you personally in very high esteem. I think you do an excellent job. Also, I noticed Mr. Zimmerman, who has an excellent reputation. He was former chairman of our planning commission. I know he lives on the same block as you do. He lives down the same street, and he lives in that same rural area. And just trying, as you say, to get the feeling of the community. Are you aware of his attitude or thoughts on this issue?
We discussed that. There might be some clarification he wishes to make after this, but he's a wonderful guy. We've served together. We have not agreed on everything, but I think his feelings, maybe if he wants to communicate them, I will not speak for him, though.
You know he lives in a container?
Very nice container. No, it's, I'll let him speak for himself.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Do we have any more speakers?
Yeah, he'll make a great
Yes.
elected official.
Joan Leonhardy, Max Wilkie,
Good evening. Part of the reason I moved out here was for the ruralness of the community before it was. And I know Riverside County has since adopted and changed their ordinances to 2.5 acres minimums for these storage containers. These storage containers are not only used by residential community, they're a safe means of putting your stuff in that keeps insects out, animals out, everything out, and keeps your belongings safe. For a rural property owner, you can put your tools in it and stuff to maintain your property. That it's safe, out of the way, out of sight, and I'd rather look at a nice painted storage container than a bunch of tools laying all around, or a bunch of stuff that you need. And they should be allowed in the city. Schools use them, churches use them, businesses use them. Why can't the residential community use them in the proper settings and proper storage areas? If the schools, you know, I was driving around last night looking at stuff. One of the schools has them in their yards. And you're saying that the schools, it's fine for them to have them, but not fine for the residential, rural or residential? We're not putting them in the middle of a neighborhood. We're putting them in the middle of rural property that we've got a few acres on, that there's no difference of those and another building. So you're saying instead of putting something that's safe and secure and can keep everything out, build yourself a shed? That's not right. This is a proper storage, and it keeps stuff safe and out of the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember August?
Whoa, hello. What's your question? Yeah. A couple of questions for you, and I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and let me finish a couple of questions, and then you can answer them because they're fairly easy. Where do you, what section of the city do you live in? How big is your container? And do you think there should be some, I don't know, do you think perhaps a person with more acreage should be entitled to have more or less size, or do you think a person with 1 acre should be able to have a 53-foot one or a 40-foot one, or do you think he should be have a 53-foot one? Do you think it should be graduated in any way, or do you just think anybody can have everything?
I think it should be graduated by the size of your lot.
Okay.
And they should be placed in kind of a medium range of your lot, or in the center, so that it's not, you don't want your backyard neighbor having to look at the thing every day, you know, if it bothers him. So in the center of your lot would be a good place. And I do have 2.5 acres, and I live down by where the Christmas tree farm is and stuff in that area. I live in that general area.
Okay. And what size is your container?
I believe it's a 40.
40. Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
yes, Nancy Ray, Mary Lee Schwager.
Good evening. That's Mary Leigh Schwager Wilkie. That's my husband. Good evening, gentlemen. This is my first time public speaking, so I'm a little nervous. I'm Orange County transplant, so when I got remarried to my beautiful husband, Max, he won. He had more properties out here than I did in Orange County. I was on the mayor's committee for restoring the Santa Ana Creek riverbed. I'm an avid gardener. I'm what they call a zone pusher. I have guava trees. They grow out here. I'm trying to grow other things. I'm avocado challenged. But in combining our households, we have a 40-foot container. Now, I talk about the mayor's project because I am a believer in having a wonderful, beautiful yard. It was one of the hardest considerations to give up my award-winning home in the city of Orange to move out here because I had to start all over again. I'm tropically oriented, and it was very hard to grow things out here with this desert climate. But I am in a microclimate on the hills of Menifee. And our storage container solved the issues of 2 households coming together. My husband and I, with the help of an architect, designed a fabulous Hawaiian house with the with the economy being as it is, we haven't been able to build it, and so thus the storage container. It's on the side of our property. I have over 136 different types of deciduous and citrus trees that I'm maintaining from this beautiful yard that I love of 2.5 acres, and I have our container on the side. Do I think every yard should have a container? No, I don't. But if you have acreage, I do believe that you should have the right. Also, I'm a fan of architecture. And if you know anything about green sustainability, storage containers, we bought ours. We don't lease it. We own it. We bought it outright. And that's one way to recycle these off the ships. I didn't bring any pictures. I meant to. But in Hughes.com, which is a high-end upscale architectural design site for interior designers and architectures, and it was featured in Sunset Magazine last summer as well. They take storage containers and they make them into under 1,000 square foot beautiful guest cottages. And I would hate that possibility not to be an option out here with your guest cottages. Yes. Yes, absolutely beautiful. I do. If it's approved, if their designs are approved, yes, I do.
Please proceed. You got limited time here.
No, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Okay. Are there any additional questions of the speaker in this case? Thank you very much. There's one comment from the deputy mayor.
Do you use this for collecting the things you got to dispose of, it sounds like? Your container, when you're trying to build a beautiful garden, what are you putting in the container? I missed that.
No, I just meant to say that I'm a gardener, so I wouldn't want to have something that wasn't aesthetically pleasing on my yard.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm...
And what do you use it for?
Antiques. I have a washer and dryer set of my own. I have a lot of furniture, camping gear. Basically, we have some tools in it for gardening. Mm-hmm. And it's sealed, no vermin can... We have another little garage, but we get mice, we get little kangaroo rats that are...
So I know the fellow from the Christmas tree area, that's where I had 2.5 acres, and I put I believe it was a 8x16 shed, only I decorated it like my house and same colors and all of that. It was pretty much do for me what a container did. Would you not be able to do that?
Didn't have the same amount of space.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, and you mentioned, I think the other fellow mentioned churches and schools, and I know when we moved, my wife and I, and the new owners and one of our tenants, we all got together. We got a big container, but we rented it because we were going to put a bunch of stuff in there that we wanted to dispose of. So like the churches, like the schools, et cetera, like the markets, usually they're there on a temporary basis and not permanent. I don't think anybody cares about that, but I just comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
No, sir.
Thank you. Any other council comments before we take another motion on this? Because I have one comment that I'd like to make. I just, sometimes I wonder, I appreciate everybody's concerns tonight and voicing their thoughts on all of these matters. Sometimes I wonder if we still have the rule of law in the city. Because the ordinance that we adopted from the county ordinance at the time said if you have less than 5 acres, you cannot have a container on your property. And so I'm supposed to sit up here and make law for people who have been out of compliance for all these years? Now, obviously, we're going to bring this back, and we're going to have a debate, and we're going to have a staff report, but I think I'm on record clearly from the last council meeting and on tonight that I'll be hard-pressed to get my vote to change some of this stuff. So can I have a motion on the urgency ordinance tonight?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember August.
Aye.
Councilmember Furman.
Aye.
Councilmember Denver.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Edgerton.
Aye.
And Mayor Mann.
Aye.
Thank you.
Back to item 12.2. Thank you for catching that, City Clerk, on the previous, and I appreciate the speaker staying around and voicing your concerns. Madam Attorney.
Okay. Okay, this is the noise ordinance, and as I was saying before we changed direction, this is an ordinance that was originally came out of the Ordinance Review Subcommittee that started in 2011, and it was reviewed, and there were some recommendations made, and it just was one of these that was lingering. We went over some of these earlier in the year, and this is one of the low-hanging fruit items, in that there were just some things in the noise ordinance that had been inadvertently left out, and some cleanup that needed to be done with other provisions of the code. Basically, it now makes the noise ordinance consistent with the conditional use permit ordinance and revises the definition of off-highway vehicles to be consistent with state law. The ordinance exempts bars and other similar uses from the noise restrictions generally imposed on businesses. Construction-related noise, single events, continuous events will now be required to obtain a temporary use or a major temporary use permit and be subjected to the same standards that apply to conditional use permits. So these are the changes. Again, the options are to approve first reading and adopt the ordinance, change the text of the ordinance and pass first reading, deny approval of first reading, or take no action. So it's up to you as to what you would like to do here. This has been reviewed by the police department as well, and they have no quarrel with it. They say it's perfectly enforceable from their standpoint.
Thank you, Ms. Biggs. Council comments? Mr. August.
You have to do this for me. I was skimming through the ordinance, and I don't even know, it doesn't have a page number here, but it's under power tools.
Power tools.
You have
Okay,
to-
you may be looking, if you're not looking at the red line,
909060, special sound source standards, and number 3, power tools. I don't know how I caught this, but this one has to be changed, folks.
Okay, where is this?
What was the section, Mr.
I'm sorry. Special, I'm speaking.
Let him finish.
What's the number of the?
Special, which is?
Number 3, 909060.
90960.
909060 is number 3.
Okay, there we go. Oh, power tools.
Okay.
That is the current law, that is not. what's been
Okay,
changed.
ladies and gentlemen, Mr. August has the floor. A question has been asked. The city attorney is going to answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're on 3. If you look halfway down, I don't have any problem with the first half of the paragraph, but down there where it starts, no person.
Mhm.
Now, have you changed that, or is that the way it's going to be?
No, this is the way it currently is.
Okay, let me read this to you and see if this, do you do gardening or clean your yards or anything like that, or mow your lawn?
I'm a lawyer, I don't do anything
Okay,
useful.
all right, okay. Anyway, it says, no person shall operate any power tools or equipment at any time other than such the power tools or equipment are audible to the human ear at a distance greater than 100 feet from the power tools or equipment. My backyard is 76, my backyard is 76 wide. I mean, people can hear power tools down. I think, you know, what I recommend you do is you change that on a continuous or annoying basis, or put something like that in there, because you'll have my neighbors calling me every day if you don't change this.
Mhm. Well, this is the current law, so you've been in violation for a very long time.
Nobody's complained on me yet.
Nobody's complained
No.
yet.
So you see my point on that, though.
I do, and actually, if the council wants to regroup and reconsider other aspects of this ordinance, we can do so.
Okay.
But the changes that are currently suggested are changing. Let me make sure that I'm correct, that we're not changing.
Actually, Madam Attorney, you really, I don't want to put anybody to any trouble. We don't have to change it, but it seems that if a neighbor can call somebody for mowing their lawn, I would think that that could cause a problem.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I wanted to say.
And there are this is between 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. This,
Between 10 p.m.
Not on this one up here.
Yes, it is. It is too. Read it. Read it. Read the sentence.
10 p.m. and 8 a.m.
No, you're right, actually, the second part of it does expand it beyond, it's at any time. The second part of it expanded.
Strike that sentence.
Time between 10 p.m. and 8 a.m.
Okay.
Well, whatever.
Time that you've called out.
Okay,
Mr.
that is not what we're cleaning up here, but
Okay,
if it's
I'm
an
sorry.
issue, we can address it later.
Okay. Mr. Furman.
I'd actually like to address Section 2, Section 3, and Section 4. And I will give you an example of the kind of the convoluted wording of this part of the ordinance. Take number 4 if you want to follow me, please.
This is in that same 060.
It's right under his number 3. I'm
Okay.
just going to use number 4 as my example because it actually affects all 3 of those items. A person shall not operate a radio, even a portable radio, between the hours of 10 p.m. and 9 a.m. such that the equipment is audible to the human ear inside a dwelling, and that is not the dwelling where the music is being played. How possibly could that be enforced? Example, I'm sitting in my easy chair at 11 o'clock, and I hear the neighbor playing the radio. Now, does the police officer have to come in my house, and he has to hear the radio also before he writes a citation? And now, if you read it a little bit further, all right, I'm going to finish the same scenario. No person shall operate a radio between the hours of 8 a.m. and 10 p.m., which is through the day, that is audible to the human ear at a distance of 100 feet. Now, I'll give an example. If that Christmas tree out there at Christmas time is 100 feet from here, and you're playing Christmas carols, and you can hear it in here, then that's in violation of the wording of this ordinance. That's exactly how I read it, and it's exactly how Mr. August read item number 3. 2, 3, and 4, and the distance regulations is ridiculous, and the inside the dwelling. Now, I got ahead of what I really wanted to say because we have a very nice draft in 909040, the sound level standards. We have a perfect way of enforcing all these noise ordinances under .040. You have the decibels that are allowed, everything's allowed, how the noise is allowed, how it can be measured. It's like a blood test that they give for DUI. You have a decimal reading for the noise. It's enforceable. Now, I want to go to this one more sentence. 9960. Okay? Now, you see, if you read the first paragraph, sound level standards apply to all sounds from all sources. All right? So everything in this table of standards covers all sounds. Now, that one line there covers everything in the following convoluted rules and regulations that you want to try to put in effect. So it would be my recommendation to remove everything on 99060. Okay, I see nothing there that is enforceable, is sensible with the footage, noise that you can hear from the ear at 100 feet, radios playing, all that stuff just seems so convoluted. I'd like to see that whole I'd like to see section 2, 3, and 4 and section 5.b just removed completely from this ordinance. I see it's the foot restriction. There's discretion. There's argumentative. There's no proof of a violation. There's no sound test made. How is it enforceable is how I'm looking at that. So I'll have some more comments, but I'll let somebody else speak.
Does, Mr. Manager, is there a code enforcement officer still in the building?
No, but I believe our police chief is. He believes that this is strongly and strictly enforceable. Julie, could you check and see if he's in the conference room?
He's here.
Oh. Captain Hill, welcome.
Captain Hill, could you address, before Mr. Edgerton has the floor next, but I want to, can you address the enforceability of this was an ordinance that we adopted from the county. It's been our code for a while. And the feet restrictions on these paragraphs are, you know, do you and your deputies have a challenge with enforcing this noise ordinance at all, as it's currently written?
No, we don't. And I'm not a big fan of running around with decibel meters and that, because we'd have to have one in each officer's car that's out there working patrol. And as your police chief, I can tell you that on a regular basis, I get complaints. Probably this is one of the most common complaints I get is noise complaints from your citizens, asking what we're doing about a particular problem house or the music. So my personal preference is, and I expressed this to the city attorney, was make it as simple as possible to where the officers can go out and render a decision and enforce the ordinance to where your citizens are not having to, you know, listen to the noise that inside their house from a neighbor next door.
If we were to strike the sentences in these subparagraphs that deal with the distance aspect of this, but kept in the restrictions from 10 p.m. to 8 in the morning, would that still be enforceable from your standpoint?
I think you almost have to have a distance, but I think your discretion would be what distance do you want to make it? Do you want to make it a greater distance than 100 feet or that? And so I am supportive of the distance. I think it gives you a measurable guiding point to where the officers can stand, you know, a certain period or certain place from distance from that particular location and say, hey, you're in violation. And using distance is not out of the ordinary. I mean, the vehicle code states distances for radios and vehicles, and I couldn't quote you exactly what that distance is. I think it's somewhere around 30 feet. But so that's not out of the ordinary to do that. It's just that you as a council could decide, you know, maybe 100 feet's more strict than what we would like.
Mr. Edgerton?
Yes, my first concern, and I have a question of you, but my first concern was in reference to what Councilman August said, and apparently I misread it as well as he did. For example, behind me, cattywampus, some guy uses a power tool that I can hear from time to time. It doesn't bother me. It's just part of living in the neighborhood. I don't care. But I am aware, and I don't know about here in Menifee, but I know in some other cities, and one I represented, the problem with anything beyond 100 feet, particularly with kids, they love to party, and they start, you know, you talk about 76 feet. If they're next door and they start driving people nuts, then they call the police, and the police come out on the call for a disturbance of noise. And what are you going to have the officer do? You got to give him some kind of tools so that the officer, he or she, can go in and say, well, and they use their judgment. If I'm not mistaken, and Ms. Biggs, maybe you can correct me on this, but I think when the officer goes out on a noise ordinance, the officer himself or herself has some latitude now it's applied.
Well, that's always really the case, quite frankly.
Right. And if you don't set a standard and the officer throws up his hands like we do, say, for example, on certain parking ordinances and everything, the councilman is always catching hell. and the officer is always catching hell. And people are complaining and it's not being resolved. So hopefully we write it in such a way that we can leave it up to the discretion of the officer. That, I think, protects all of us as elected officials, the officer applying the ordinances.
And you should bear in mind that this is the way it is currently written.
Mhm.
So this is not, we're not changing any of these things right now, although if you choose to, you certainly can. So the purpose of bringing this forward was not to address the substance of those things, but rather to set up some of the exceptions and so on. So that's what it was about.
Mr. August, you had your light on. Did you want to speak? Because you were up before Mr. Furman.
I don't want, I just want to make a comment. I was going to ask the captain a question, but I think Mr. Edgerton did it. But did Mr. Edgerton say I misread that paragraph?
No, it was my understanding that it was 100 feet at any time.
Okay, all right.
And I said I misread it
Okay.
as well. I might want to add, I was talking about when I lived in a more congested area, and we got a lot of complaints about noise. But when I lived on Sweetwater Canyon, out there in a rural area on 2.5 acres, and all my neighbors around me had 5 and 10 acres, and all of us, and this one neighbor of mine was a real stickler on all kinds of ordinances, and then he took a trip. And he's a nice kid, but he's about 17 years old, and he had a party. You had helicopters flying over that place. You had people way up the hill on Sweetwater and way on Nancy Lane and other streets calling in, raising hell about all of the noise that was being imposed upon them. And so, yeah, the officers came out. You had loudspeakers coming out of the helicopters, et cetera. And that's a big concern, I think, that you have about this. You can have that in a house. And they'll blow you away within, at 76 feet, you won't be able to hear.
Yeah, that one is, yeah. That one doesn't need to be changed.
No, it should be fine.
Councilmember Furman?
I got two other comments. On this ordinance says that you have to be inside the dwelling. Does the police officer have to go inside the dwelling and see if he can hear the noise?
That, I think what that's referring to, sir, is that, say, for example, you called in a noise complaint. You being the victim would want us to go inside your house to listen to that. We wouldn't force our way into your house.
No, but I mean, if he invited you in and say, here,
Yes, sir.
listen to this noise?
That's the whole idea.
Okay.
And-
Now,
and-
my second point, since this is your way of enforcing the noise, then we might as well get rid of .040 with the table. What advantage is the work on this table if you're not going to use it as an enforcement tool?
I think it's there really for code enforcement, to where they can go out and give some kind of guidelines as to where it can be. But there's other things. This is not unlike other ordinances that I've seen, that basically will go through the full gamut of what it is that you're trying to outlaw, and then provide some other areas to where you have a little bit more latitude how to work. The other thing that I want to explain to you is on these noise complaints, the officers do have discretion, and I can tell you that 99% of the time when we get a call like this, we knock on the door and say, hey, turn it down, and then we leave. And so you generally, if we have to come back, and that's not a guarantee, but if we have to come back, that's when the citations begin to get issued in that. The ordinance is really designed to gain voluntary compliance when we can.
That's nice, but I've had horror stories where someone got a $2,000 fine the very first time. She got no warning at all, and she wound up paying her son paid $50 a month for having a graduation party. So he had 40 months of payments to make for that item. So the what value is this? What value is this table?
I think I just explained it to you. It basically sets the parameters. But there's also some other sections there that we generally, when an officer goes out, we don't have a a decibel meter in every one of our patrol units that are out there. So the officers generally will get there and they will use their best judgment based upon these broader guidelines that we have. And I think this ordinance, as the city attorney has already said, this was brought in from the county. It's enforceable in the county. The other thing that's nice about the ordinance is that we don't necessarily have to have a victim. Because a lot of times people will not want to report something and be known. So it gives us the opportunity to go out and address these complaints without necessarily somebody being named as a complainant.
Any other discussion?
I have one other discussion.
Okay.
As Julie said, this ordinance was worked on the ad hoc committee last year, and this suggestion was made by our ex-councilwoman Darcy Quincy. And she suggested that on Friday and Saturday night, we change the time to 11 or 12 o'clock, just on Friday and Saturday nights. She brought that up, and nobody seemed to object. And in support of her idea, I would like to make a motion to change the times on Friday and Saturday night to a later time, especially due to summer hours and so forth. And I think 10 o'clock is kind of ridiculous when it gets dark at 9:30.
Mr. Denver?
Captain Hill, you have an opinion on that?
I would say that you probably, for all the people that you would make happy, there would be a group more that would be unhappy with that change.
What I heard you say is don't do it.
Yes, sir.
I thought you were in favor of it.
I am.
Okay.
You said don't do it.
Well, that's not.
We get to over, I like to overrule you.
Okay, you can overrule. Yeah.
Any other discussion? Okay, let me try to get a compromise here. I actually am in agreement with you, Mr. Furman, on allowing some more time on a Friday or Saturday. Would you agree to 11 p.m. instead of midnight?
That's what I agreed on with Darcy. She
Was 11
wanted
p.m.?
12, I wanted 11.
Okay. Council, would you, hearing the discussion, would you entertain that we leave the ordinance language with the feet, the distance in feet, the way that it is, leave the table the way that it is so that our code and police can enforce, and then just simply on subparagraph 5, under the outside live music section, is to allow an exception for Friday and Saturday night to go 11 p.m. down to 8 a.m. Mr. Denver?
I am in favor of that, but I'd like to know, since we have sheriffs that work in Menifee and work in the county and work in a bunch of other cities, did we just screw things up across borders and training and?
No, what we'll end up doing with this is if you guys change the ordinance, we'll push it out to the staff and they'll be aware of it. So it won't cause a problem for us. We try to tailor things to all the communities that we serve.
Mr. Edgerton?
Well, I'm going to support the officer, and nevertheless, I want to comment on how pleased I am to see the mayor and Councilman Furman in agreement with Darcy.
No, she wanted 12 o'clock.
Well, so would you like to make a motion to that effect?
Yes, I'll make a motion that on Friday and Saturday night, we change the time from 10 o'clock to 11.
Second.
Excuse me, I have a question on that.
Yes, Madam
Is that
Attorney.
for all of the sound things or only for paragraph 5?
Just for paragraph 5.
Paragraph 5.
Okay.
Yeah, the live entertainment.
Yeah.
And the,
That's, weddings and, whatever they do, and
Did Congress,
change the
did
feet?
council member, Greg, did you speak on this yet? Do you have an opinion on this?
I'm just going to go along with 11
well,
o'clock.
we have a motion on it.
We're gonna have a motion to cancel city council meetings at 11 too.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Can I get a second on this?
Second.
On this? Thank you. Do you need any additional direction on this one?
No, I would like to read the language that we're going to add, however.
Very good.
Paragraph 5, subsection A, will be amended to read, "Sound amplifying equipment or live music is prohibited between the hours of 10 p.m. and 8 a.m., except for Friday and Saturday nights, when it is prohibited between the hours of 11 p.m. and 8 a.m.
That is correct.
And by adding that now, that you can go ahead and pass first reading of this, and it will be fixed for the second
So,
reading.
with,
I think I want to make,
motion to introduce?
yeah, that's, motion to introduce, yeah.
Okay, and Mr. August, you still have a second?
Yes.
And a roll call vote, please.
Well, just a clarification on the motion.
Yes?
Then if there is noise after 11 o'clock at night, their citizen is not to call, just so the press can make this clear to the public, the citizen is not to call the police, the citizen is to call Councilman Furman.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Any other discussion before we call for question?
Oh, no, not my
Okay.
question.
Madam Clerk?
On the introduction of the ordinance, scheduling for second read and adoption, May 28th. Councilmember August.
Aye.
Councilmember Furman.
Aye.
Councilmember Denver.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Edgerton.
No.
Mayor Mann.
Aye. On to agenda item 12.
Wait a minute, I got one more motion. One more idea.
Well, now, wait a second. Hang on. We just modified the ordinance and just introduced it with that one change.
Yeah, well, we're going to make another change now.
No. We
The
just
one you suggested.
we just introduced the changes.
Oh, we have to do them all?
No. My motion was, my compromise was to leave the distance alone where it currently is, leave the table to where it is, and give the extra hour for Friday and Saturday nights for live entertainment.
Okay.
Okay?
The only thing I was going to, the one's 200 feet and the other three are 100 feet. I was going to make them all consistent 200, that's all.
How would we handle that, Madam Clerk, City Attorney, if we decided to do that? We've already heard on paragraph 2, 3, and 4, Councilmember Furman would like to make the distance 200 feet to make it consistent with subparagraph 5.
I don't mean to be rude, but this really takes it only into his area, because 200 feet
Don't it?
isn't the size.
It was his
of my-
neighbor that got the $2,000 fine.
It's, in a regular city lot, this makes these ordinances just kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, that's true.
It does.
All right, I'm gonna call this
All right.
meeting back into order. We're
Let it
gonna
go.
proceed on to the next agenda item.
Okay.
Thank you for the consensus on this one. And let's go on to 12.3, Madam Clerk.
Sorry.
City
Your-
Attorney, sorry.
Yeah, got it.
Item 12.3, proposed vehicle parking and street sweeping ordinance. This was another issue that was discussed by the subcommittee. And it turns out that when the parking ordinance was revised in 2009, when you adopted the county ordinances again, somehow a sentence was left off, and it makes the current parking ordinance unenforceable. And so what we have done is to put that language back in, and then we've also addressed street sweeping provisions that are necessary to assure compliance with the city's MS4 permit, which regulates activities related to quality of surface discharges. So the proposed ordinance prohibits parking of detached non-motorized vehicles on city streets except when being loaded or unloaded or making emergency repairs. The maximum time for parking for allowed purposes is 24 hours, and it prohibits parking during street sweeping as noticed by street signs. Therefore, you're in the same position as you were before. You may approve the first reading and adopt the ordinance as changed, as amended here. Change the text of the ordinance and pass first reading, or deny approval of the first reading, or take no action.
Discussion from council. Councilmember Furman.
Julie, on your detached non-motorized vehicles, does that cover the camper trailers at all?
Yes,
Is it-
that would cover them.
Did we discuss out-of-town out-of-town visitors at all?
That's not in this ordinance, and I
That's-
don't know if you talked about it with otherwise.
Yeah, it was somewhere else, but a camper trailer would fall under this ordinance also?
Well, it's a non-motorized vehicle. Let's see, it says.
And a
no-
tow behind, fifth wheel and stuff like that, that's a non-motorized vehicle.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right.
it would apply to that.
All right, would it convolute that? I don't trust my memory. Didn't we allow out-of-town guests did we discuss anything like that, or was that just in?
We haven't discussed it. I don't know if the subcommittee did, but.
Yeah, we discussed it.
But it is not in what came to me for inclusion here.
Okay, I know it was a discussion item about out-of-town guests maybe staying for 5 days in front of their daughter's house or something.
Sometimes, some communities have a permit system for that to make sure that.
Yeah, we had
everything is
suggested that,
acceptable.
they go in and get a over-the-counter permit that they're going to be parked there for 5 days.
Okay. Well, this doesn't do that.
Okay.
This doesn't do that.
All right, proceed.
Mr. August, you had your light on. Did you have a comment?
I just wanted to ask, I was reading something there about 72 hours. Is that the law of, like, an RV parking in front of people's? Is it,
That has to do with motorized vehicles.
what's a motorized vehicle? Can stay in one place for 72 hours, and if it doesn't move 72 hours. I don't want to get into this, but has that changed?
That has not changed.
It's not changed. So I just mentioned that for SCCA out in the audience. So anyway, thank you.
Okay.
Any other discussion? I'll entertain a motion.
So move.
We, first, a second by, motion by Councilmember Furman, second by Councilmember Denver. Call the roll, please.
On introduction of the ordinance, Councilmember August.
Aye.
Councilmember Furman.
Aye.
Councilmember Denver. Deputy Mayor Edgerton. Mayor Mann.
Aye.
Thank you.
Agenda item 12.4. Oh, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor Edgerton.
Yeah, just, City Clerk, if you can make an announcement, we have people still here. I want to know what time we're serving breakfast.
My apologies. You did direct us to move these things forward, so we have done that. Item 12.4 is the proposed clerical corrections to ordinance 2009-66. This is truly a cleanup matter. The city clerk identified a few typographical errors, and the proposed ordinance will correct those. The changes include changing the number of the ordinance for abatement of hazardous vegetation from 694 to 695, which was a clerical error. It was listed as the abatement of hazardous vegetation, but the number was wrong. And moving ordinance 865 to follow instead of precede ordinance 853. That's it.
So move.
Second.
Well, and we have a motion, and a second. Councilmember Furman.
I want to make the first correction to the correction ordinance. There's a typo on line 3.
There was two in that one
We
paragraph.
found
You
the-
already caught those.
You found them already?
Yeah.
You
Okay.
found that?
Yes, and we corrected them for
right.
the record. We did not.
All right, call for the vote, please.
Councilmember August. Councilmember Furman.
Yes.
Councilmember Denver. Deputy Mayor Edgerton. Mayor Mann.
Aye.
Thank you.
Next item, at 12.5.
Oh.
First of all, did we have any speaker requests on any of these?
I was just going to say, now you are at an item where we do have a speaker request when you get into this item.
Okay, let's hear the staff report first, and then we'll
Okay.
take the speaker.
Oh, this one is a little bit complicated because we were charged with dealing with a business license situation. As you know, your business license until recently was merely a registration. You didn't have to demonstrate any compliance with city codes, and we amended that. We brought that to you and you amended it. And now it requires compliance with all city codes. And that's a good thing, but it has never included, the ordinance has never included a provision to allow for issuance of provisional business licenses where property is being, has been subject to a code enforcement action. And there was some thought, there was concern always in a community like this that is changing sort of from rural to more urban, that there are many instances where there are either legal nonconforming uses, that is, uses that are legal under the county laws, but now the city has changed those laws, and those uses have become not consistent with the city laws. Those are legal nonconforming uses. And then there are a whole host of other uses in the county that perhaps did not comply with the county regulations, but where there was never any effort by the county to close them down, to bring any kind of citation action to enforce the codes. So they have been operating and believing that they were clear of any enforcement. Those businesses in particular all came into the city, and now they are inconsistent with our structure, and actions are beginning to be taken to bring them into conformity. So there was concern that these businesses, I believe the original action of the council was to allow a 3-year period to come into conformity with city codes after incorporation. And that time period has passed. Provisional business licenses have been issued on an annual basis to a number of these businesses. And there was concern that it was time to actually put an end to that we need to have businesses that were illegal when they came in, that had been subject to code enforcement by the county, and that are subject to code enforcement by the city, that those kinds of businesses, if we're going to allow them to continue while we go through an abatement process, should be required to come forward, bring their properties into full conformity, make the zoning correct if the zoning needs to be corrected, get the conditional use permits if the conditional use permit is required, do all the things that we would require of a new business opening in the city. So that's the background. The proposed ordinance creates, and we created an ordinance trying to read your minds, and basically there have been suggestions after we created the ordinance and after all of you had a chance to look at it that have been added to this. And you have before you in the red envelope or the red folder a revision to what is in the packet. And I'll tell you what's in the packet, and then I'll tell you what's in the red folder. The proposed ordinance, originally proposed, would create a provisional business license for currently operating illegal businesses that existed in 2006 and on which code enforcement action is pending or may be initiated. The proposed ordinance requires those businesses to come into full compliance with all city regulations within 1 year. The 1 year time period, I heard immediately from some of you, was too short. You thought it was too short, so we have prepared as an alternative a different approach, and I will get to that after I outline this. The proposed ordinance that is in the packet requires the businesses to enter into a settlement agreement with the city. So these illegal businesses will be acknowledging that they are illegal. They will agree with the city that they are illegal and that they must bring their properties into compliance within the period of time that's permitted. In this case, it was 1 year and with a possible extension of 6 months. And that was the approach that was included in the packet. The time allowed to cure illegal nonconforming uses could be short. Special considerations is what I'm talking about. And these are questions that were raised. The time necessary to cure the illegal nonconforming uses may be shorter than the processing time for some land use permits. And there was concern that, just going through the process might exceed the provisional license. We also had said that the license for 1 year could be issued only once to the business. So it would not be the kind of thing they could reapply for forever, although it could be extended that first 6-month period. Businesses that were legal under the county code remain legal nonconforming businesses and are considered in compliance with our code, even though they aren't, because until they either transfer, expand, change, or abandon the use or expand the use, they are consistent legal nonconforming uses. We have no authority to shut them down under the current code. So the changes that have been proposed was that there would be a clarification that legal nonconforming uses continue to be eligible for regular business licenses. That is in the red file. That applications for provisional business licenses from property owners who are now operating as illegal nonconforming uses must be filed with the city and may be filed with the city only until December 15th, should be December 31st, 2015. And that as an incentive to those property owners and businesses that are operating illegally, that during the time period from approval of this ordinance until December 31st, 2015, there would be a 50% reduction in the city charges, not the flood control and not the other charges, but in the city charges that are necessary to bring the property into full compliance during the provisional license period. And then there would be no extension on that. Basically, before the end of December in 2015, existing properties that are illegally operating must be brought into compliance. After that time, it's over. We're going to code enforce, and we'll get compliance a different way. So that's what's in both the red packet and your book, and that's where we are, and you can approve, change, deny, or take no action.
Okay, thank you very kindly. Before we take council discussion, I would like to hear speakers, please.
Steve Chagoya.
Good morning.
Almost.
Well, this threw a loop into what I was going to ask for today. I appreciate what staff has done on this because it gives giving more time. It's not easy. This economic climate has been tough on us. The last 5 years, I won't say we're barely making it, but we're making ends meet. We're living the American dream of being on a big property, making a living. When I moved to this city back in, I think it was 1998, when I first moved here. I remember it was so empty. And last night, last night I got up, it was about midnight, and I couldn't sleep. I took a drive to do. And I remember there'd be no traffic out here. And it was kind of nostalgic going through all the streets. And I see all the growth that happened. And, it's fun to be a part of that growth. And I see a lot of improvements that I like to see on my property. And I understand where staff's coming from, and I understand the need for that kind of stuff. And, guys like us that have been in the rural community or in other parts of the community, we provide a service for people that, there's a lot of ripoffs out there. And we've been the honest shop. We do things a different way. And I think, in my point, a lot of us make a difference to the quality of life of certain folks that maybe economically can't afford certain repairs that we do at my shop. I'm an air conditioning guy. I wish it was 110 outside so you guys could kind of all get a feeling of what we provide. The city has grown with us being in our location. We haven't impeded any kind of growth being where we are. I don't foresee any growth happening in the area where I'm at. With what I understood, because I was walking and getting the paper from Kathy, when Ms. Biggs was explaining this, during this process until 2015, if we are going ahead with improvements and in the process of improvements and we haven't quite finished whatever it is, the last part, will we still get an opportunity to come in here and ask for an extension if we're in the process? And, I understand if we haven't done nothing, I wouldn't expect anything from the city council or from planning commission. But if we were in the process, would the planning department have the authority to allow us to continue with the improvements and continue operating? Because in my case, it may be a little more than 2 years of money I have to save to kind of get things in compliance.
City Attorney, can you address that?
As currently written in the revised ordinance, there would not be an extension. It doesn't mean that at that time or before that time, the council might not amend and allow further time as it sees how many businesses come through and what the time frame really is. Okay. But right now, the way it's written, no, there would not be an extension allowed.
Okay. I would like to ask the council if you could amend something to kind of give some verbiage or definition to allow, as long as the business is trying to come into compliance. And I'm not talking, we didn't put a brick out there and we need 1,000 bricks. I'm talking if we're in the process of making things work and, development still hasn't caught up to us. And maybe that last bit of curb and gutter isn't quite necessary at that time, that we be allowed to continue operating, and maybe make that as part of the extension process. If we're going to get another 6 months, that in that 6 months, we have to complete that last part of the project.
That's your time.
Thank you.
Hold on a second, Steve.
Thank you. Mr. Furman, you were up first.
I didn't have a question of Steve at all.
Oh, okay, very well then. Let's default to Mr. August, who has a question, and then you'll have the floor back.
Let me ask the attorney you did say December 2015, right? Okay, December 2015, that's 2.5 years, right, from now, pretty much? Okay, that's better than 1.5 years, right?
That is better than 1.5 years.
Okay.
I did do good in math.
The other day when we were talking, I think we were under the impression that you were gonna have to do some fixing up on your property and so on and so forth.
Yes.
But are you under non-conforming use right now?
It's been quite a while since I talked to Dr. Cave about that exact verbiage on what exactly I am. I just know that at this moment, I'm illegal, and that's...
You're what?
Illegal.
Your business is illegal.
Yeah, my business is illegal. I was born in Riverside, California, by the way.
Oh, okay. Well, you're probably aware of this, but if you are under a non-conforming use permit, you're really not required to fix anything, right?
I'm going to come in tomorrow and speak to planning and make sure where exactly I am and see what I need to do at this point.
Okay.
Now that we have a timetable.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions of the speaker? Are there any other speakers, Madam Clerk, on this item?
No, sir.
Okay, Mr. Furman, you're up. We're almost...
Under the one section H, it states, the business must conform with all provisions of the Menifee Municipal Code. I'm going to read the rules and regulations for Ordinance 348, Section 2136. And this, although there's a stay of execution, there's still a lot of people on death row. Home occupation, must be conducted in the residence. No person other than the residents of a dwelling can be employed in that business. It shall be conducted entirely within the dwelling. A home occupation shall not conduct in an accessory building or use any storage of equipment or supplies in an accessory building or an outside building. No business vehicles or trailers used in the business shall be kept on the site. Now, that's an ordinance that would put almost everybody in the rural community out of business. Now, what is a citizen's choice on this ordinance? Comply, live in the house, not have any accessory buildings, move, cease operation, or go out of business. Now, what are the choices that this council have? Well, we can let the people go out of business. We must change this ordinance. We have to craft an ordinance that's different than the one on the books. The one on the books is good for a housing tract. No, we don't want people working on cars in the garage in a housing tract. But these people have 2, 3, 5 acres. They have the room, all right? We must craft an ordinance for the business community on a country lot. Everybody that has a business, and I'll rattle off just a few. There's a cement contractor, auto repair, gardener, landscaper, trucker, smog shop, AC repair, There's a telephone pole delivery service. There's antique restoration. There's firewood lots, tractor repair, rental yards, horse boarding, storage lots, pool and pond maintenance, painting contractors, air conditioning contractors. There's greenhouses, palm tree lots, lawnmower repair, saddle repair. There's a welding shop. There's an RV detailing shop. All these people have employees. They create jobs. They work in an accessory building. They work outside their dwelling. All right? They keep their trucks and equipment on their property. All right? So there's no way that they can come into compliance. And I don't know what you mean by saying come into compliance if we don't change this ordinance on the home occupation.
Okay.
Got it.
Okay.
All I have to say.
So that was, I appreciate that. This is not the topic at hand right now. What I just heard you say is that you would like to bring this ordinance back at a
Oh, yeah.
future date to
Well-
massage it, right?
This is-
Can Councilmember Furman get a second on that to review this ordinance in the future? On the home-based businesses?
A second.
All right. Staff, could you future agendize this one? The matter at hand here is a business licensing ordinance that ties the process to businesses who are not otherwise in compliance and those other businesses who may have a legal non-conforming use that for whatever reason, because they added services or perhaps expanded their business operation, lost that designation by their own action. This ordinance, I really like what staff has done here because this is a compromising situation. And I really like it. I really like the fact that it's tied, that it also has a 50% discount on the fees to help them because for those of you who were here earlier with the cost of services study, we're bringing back for ratification at the next council meeting, a standard CUP is going down from $9,700 to $2,300. So in a basic scenario, if a business had this small of a CUP and no other things associated with it, they would be looking at $1,150 for that CUP instead of the former $9,700. I think that helps substantially, and I think staff got very creative on this. Moreover, I feel that it's very generous to go to December 31st of 2015 when you consider that we've already had 5 years of provisional uses for these businesses. So by extending this to 31 December 2015, we have in essence given these business owners a total aggregate of 7 years. So much in the same way that we have the container issue where there was lack of enforcement over time by the county, some lack of enforcement by the city with allowing the containers on smaller acreages. No one paid attention and no one enforced. This is a way to help these businesses get compliant, and I think it's very, very fair. And I would like to thank staff for doing that. Councilmember Denver.
I think we should call this meeting off right now. I think we should postpone this till the next meeting and the next two also. You're asking us to make, this is a very important decision. It is not going to be, we're going to come back and have to look at this again because we'll have missed something. The meeting has gone on too long, too many important things yet to do, and we should not do this, and we should postpone this unless the attorney or city manager says, you have to do these, then there's an exception. Other than that, let's go home.
We have 2 more agenda items after this. I think we're almost there. We've heard the staff report, we've heard a speaker. We have the red line copy of the ordinance.
This is the last one.
This is the last one, and I think we should proceed. Okay, is there any discussion further from the staff, council on this? May I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Let's make sure we're talking about
Okay.
which ordinance.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion on the modified ordinance that was in your red folder with the 4 changes that enables these businesses to help them come into compliance. It essentially gives them another 2.5 years, gives them the 50% discount in fees. It changes the language and makes sure that we have the non-conforming operations on page 1. and it talks about the provisional licensing portion of this. And I would respectfully submit to my colleagues that as we go down this process, if we were to go ahead and introduce this modified ordinance tonight, if something else comes up and we need to add something, we can do that. This is our code.
I moved it.
Okay, we have a motion?
Second.
We have a second
I'm
from
going to
Councilmember?
second. I'm going to
Okay.
second with the promise that we're going to go further and help adjust some of these ordinances that they're going to need to come into compliance.
We may have to do that very thing.
Right.
And we'll be mindful of that. And I think this meets the community halfway on this, to be honest with you. So we have a motion and we have a second. May I have a roll call vote on the modified ordinance in our red folder?
Yes, Councilmember August.
Aye.
Councilmember Furman.
Aye.
Councilmember Denver.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Edgerton. Mayor Mann.
Aye.
Thank you.
Well done, staff. Well done, council. Good job. Step in the right direction. Okay, on to agenda item 12.6, appointment of Business Incentives Ad Hoc Committee and the Aquatics Facility Ad Hoc Committee. Though there's no staff report for this, this is an appointment by the mayor. For the Business Incentives Ad Hoc Committee, I'm appointing the mayor and the deputy mayor. And for the Aquatic Facility Ad Hoc Committee, I am appointing council members Denver and August to that. On to agenda item 12.7, consider a joint meeting of the City Council and Planning Commission to consider clarification of duties of each body and staff. Is there discussion?
Why do we need to do that?
Okay, that's a question. Deputy Mayor Edgerton, why do we need to do that?
Well, there have been a number of times that certain council members and certain members of the Planning Commission have asked for clarification regarding this issue. Without arriving at any conclusions tonight, the only thing I would propose based on this is to have a joint session between the Planning Commission and the City Council. That's often done as a matter of course. Ever so often, it helps clarify the policy as opposed to the Planning Commission. It helps clarify where they want to come from, bring staff into the process. So I think it would be a good thing to have a workshop in reference to that.
Other discussion? Mr. Denver, you were pushing first?
Is the intent to change the role of the Planning Commission?
Well, if I were to make the motion, there is no intent whatsoever other than to have a workshop where you have the Planning Commission, you have the City Council, and you have the staff. And it's a matter of clarification as to administrative approvals, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We may end up at the same place we are now. But
May end up, where, isn't there laws, maybe we should have the city attorney explain, there are laws that, on this matter that we're not going to change, that there was training that should have been done for our planning commissioners. There's training done for our city council people. To my knowledge, we've all been trained. Why would we have a meeting to re-go over things that we have already gone over?
Well, we've already had, I know when the city was first inaugurated, we had one of these workshops between the Planning Commission and the staff and the City Council. As far as how one handles the Planning Commission vis-a-vis the Council, much of that is not written in law. It's a matter of policy. So if you want to have a discussion on the matter, that's what you're talking about. It would be better to do it in a workshop where the citizens are involved, where there is full disclosure, where the citizens are notified that such a session is going to take place. We can get some input from the community, see how they feel about it, and probably out of all of that, we'll get more information and have an opportunity to maybe make some changes or a confirmation that we'll stay the way we are.
Mr. August.
I'd just like to say that in all my experience in the military and elsewhere, it never hurts to put people, different parts of the puzzle together and talk, whether we accomplish anything or not. But it's good to get people together and talk. And I always remember, not that the Blue Angels are what we are, but they always get together, and if they have criticisms for each other, they always do it at the end of every flight. I would love to put people in the same room and talk and discuss and debate and see that we can do it better. Maybe we can't, but let's try. That's my opinion.
Mr. Denver?
Everybody knows that this is being asked by several of the planning commissioners because they wish to have more control. They wish to have, they wish to be able to not have the city make administrative decisions that the city was going to make. And this is a big waste of time. If we're going to, the reason we had the Planning Commission and the City Council meeting last time was for social reasons, to get together, talk about issues, get to know one another, because it wasn't put together the same way as it was before. If that's what we're going to do, if we're going to do Blue Angels things where we're going to talk about issues and the city in general and all, I'm on board. If we're going to start talking about changing the role of the Planning Commission to take over more of the activities of the council and or staff, I don't even want to waste our time.
Mr. August?
I don't think we know that yet, and I don't think we will know that until we get together.
Mr. Furman?
I believe there's a planning commission handbook which describes their duties, and I believe there are more duties that the planning commission can do that we don't know about. I haven't read the book, but I mean, it's like a half-inch thick, so there must be something good about a planning commission that they can do that maybe we're not getting the benefit of.
Mr. Denver? And
maybe
then I will take the floor next.
Maybe we could ask the city attorney. Can ask a couple of questions? One, is there, for instance, the big issue here just lately about administrative approvals. Can these two council members say that we want the planning commission to have more control over that? Is that legal? Is that proper?
You certainly can reallocate certain functions to the planning commission if you choose to. One of the current issues has been that most ministerial decisions, those are decisions that don't require judgment, have been shifted to the planning director for administrative approval. And that's common in cities. That's not unusual at all, that the planning director would have that ability, because the decisions are based on objective criteria. Has the condition of approval been met? Did they build the flood control project, the things that were required to get where they're going, that kind of thing. It's common for those, like a building permit. A building permit is a standard ministerial issue. No SEQ was involved, and planning commissions generally don't have anything to do with building permits. But if you chose to make that something that the planning commission could deal with, you could do that. The planning commission would have no more discretion than the planning director, and would have to approve building permits if they meet the conditions of approval, and would not be in a position to second guess those conditions. So there's some question as to whether there's any value to moving the ministerial decisions to the planning commission. But in terms of the power to do it, you could do that.
You still have the floor, Mr. Denver.
The reason that the planning commissioners, the few that want to do this is because they want to make more decisions. They don't want to agree. They disagree with all of that. If we start that, this is going to be a nightmare. And I think we need to send our planning commissioners to training.
It is certainly true that if you have planning commissioners exercising discretion and making judgment calls on ministerial items, that you will be getting challenged legally. Because there are a number of things where it's clearly ministerial, and the fact that the planning commission doesn't like that and either refuses to approve or imposes conditions will definitely result in litigation. There's no question.
I'll call on you in a minute, Mr. Edgerton. I see no harm in doing this workshop together whatsoever. We have new council members, myself included. I'm a retread, but I went through the League of California Cities Academy. We've had planning commissioners go through their training, and we have staff that knows their jobs very, very well. I see no harm whatsoever in getting in a room together and discussing what everybody's role is. Just, if we achieve nothing other than clarity of those roles, then I think it was a valuable workshop. And so in that regard, I'm absolutely in favor of it, and I will be voting to have the workshop. Mr. Edgerton.
I think maybe a number of things would come out of the workshop. Number one, what do planning commissioners want? I don't know what they want. We won't know what they want till we get into the meeting. Number two, what is the role of the city council vis-a-vis the planning commission? I've observed a lot of things, not just with this council, but with a number of councils in the area that don't comport to a lot of the textbooks. In fact, most of the textbooks on public administration. Maybe there is an area that we can discuss. As far as that which is ministerial, let's find out what is ministerial and what the implications are, and let's get some clarifications. Mr. Denver makes a good point. It may be that some of what comes out of here will reinforce the very things that he's concerned about, and that is that it's of no use to turn something over that has a predetermined conclusion tied to it. But I would suspect that the meeting will probably uncover quite a bit of area where there is discretion. And then, of course, there are choices to make. So I would proceed with the motion that we set up a meeting between the staff, the planning commissioners, and the city council.
Is there a second?
Yeah.
I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on this, given the discussion.
And I missed who made the second, sorry.
That was Councilmember Furman.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, thank you. Councilmember August?
Aye.
Councilmember Furman?
Here, yes.
Councilmember Denver?
No.
Deputy Mayor Edgerton?
Aye.
And Mayor Mann?
Aye. Thank you, council and staff. On to
Are we
city.
inviting staff?
Yeah, well, that'll be the department heads. City attorney reports, if there is any.
I've said enough.
We will, for the next meeting.
So have you, Rob.
For the next meeting, if we maybe could get an update from the city attorney on the effect, well, the Supreme Court decision from, California Supreme Court decision on the medical marijuana clinic.
Yes,
Was
we'll be-
fairly clear, so we're gonna have to clean that up, I think, at some point, or at least bring it back. Okay?
Yes.
City manager, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the council, I have a number of items to share with you tonight, but I'll just choose one. I need to report out that I did attend the SCAG conference with Mr. August, who represented the city of Menifee very well. We learned a lot in several different sessions of what to do, what not to do, and what I think our direction is on the council for how we move forward. That's all the report I have tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Are there any additional agenda items? Yes, who's up?
My apologies. The floor needs to go to the city clerk, who also needs to make a report out. She was supposed to do that under my
very
item.
well. Madam Clerk.
Very briefly, I was privileged to attend the City Clerks Conference, annual conference last month, and there were very many helpful sessions. Some of them were very basic on forms and things about your reporting that we now have updates on, and I appreciate the opportunity to go.
Excellent, thank you. Are there any additional agenda requests other than the two that have already come from the dais throughout the evening? That being a review of the home-based business ordinance and we're bringing back a staff report and another look on the detached above-ground and underground facilities ordinance. Are there any other?
Yeah.
Okay. Who was up first? Let's go with Mr. Edgerton.
Well, just being a professor, just a pedantic question of this city clerk. We gave public notice that we would have hearings and a session on this date. We're 30 minutes away from tomorrow. Would we have had to have noticed the public any differently if we continued beyond one date?
No, but how long's IHOP open?
Mr. Furman?
Over easy.
I would like a discussion on the refund of a successful appeal deposit. I don't think we have any policy on that. I think we talked about that, Mr. Johnson. So let's,
Is there a second to have that brought back as a staff report at a future meeting? All right, that request fails at this juncture. Mr. Manager?
what do we do? Who makes a decision then?
I'll tell you what, let's think about that and let's bring it back
Yeah.
another time. Let's talk about it.
That's fine.
Okay.
I mean, who keeps his money? He won.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Johnson?
Just some maybe direction to proceed on the joint meeting of the Council and Planning Commission. If staff needs to prepare anything, we'd like to make sure that we have the parameters to do that appropriately.
Okay.
So
I
if we
think
want to
at a-
address that at another time.
Well, I
I'm
think
fine
at a
with that.
minimum, I mean, we've all gone through some training at each level. I think maybe a presentation on side by side, what are the current, as they currently are in the city of Menifee, what are the roles and duties of the city council, the planning commission, and then staff in terms of the ministerial functions, and then if there is a listing of other administrative approvals that the council by a policy decision has given the staff to approve, we'd like a listing of those. And then we'll just open it up for discussion and see where it goes.
Thank you. We have direction now.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
All right, I want to compliment everybody. It's been a very, very, very long night, but you know what? Can you imagine if Congress worked this way? We would have things
Get
done.
something done.
We'd get stuff done. So
We would have made no decision.
congratulations to all of you, and thank you, staff, very much for your support and your time here tonight. Thank you, council. Another consensus-oriented meeting. I really appreciate it, and we are adjourned.